What's going on, buddy boyos? We are live. Welcome to SNC Sunday Night Cope Weekend Chat Random Discussion Episode 49 of Season 2. We are live and alive. Shout out to the Cope Gang for staying inside and being inactive. Shout out to the Mystery Gang for being here solving those mysteries. We are live and alive. How's everybody doing? It has been, 3 days since we last coped together? Since we last just came back to this place of chaos and truth, really, but a little bit of chaos here every once in a while, but still truth. There's still truth here in these words I'm speaking at this point. So yeah, at the end of the day, like we all come here for just release, I guess, right? Say what's on our mind. I don't know, like say what's actually on your fucking mind for once. Like, what do you actually feel about? I don't know, like are you guys really just like subject to like the whims of just the women and pussy and whatever else? And it is very like I don't know, like well, what is the greater goal of man? If I mean, I get it, sex is important, but like, what is beyond that? Like, I don't know. Like, once you get to sex, what do you do after that? Like, I don't know. A lot of men are just finding hollow connections and fleeting sex, and yeah, they knock some random chick up, and then this is what it is, right? But that's how most families are formed now. This is bullshit, absolute bullshit. So like, what do you do when, like, yeah, you're saying the guys who are getting sex, are their lives any really that much better than yours? I guess maybe in some way, yeah. Depending on how they met, though. Like, there's some kids who are just out there, like, and their parents don't give a fuck about them, and they just run amok, and parents don't give a shit about them, and they take them to these fucking LGBT classes and shit, and take them to because the kids basically just become like a little props. They just become like props for the women. They don't actually want the child per se. They want the they want the feeling of having a child, I guess, without actually having a child. Like, having a child is more than just like you're caring. You have a child in your arms. Like, it's the caring process is there as well. Whereas like a lot of these women, like you see, like Paris Hilton recently had a child without having a child, right? She had a child via surrogate. And this is why I'm sort of now at this point maybe a little bit against like some level of surrogacy to some extent, right? Because like women are just now abusing it now to say, well, I want to keep my body the way it is, but here's my egg and my sperm. Like, I don't know, like are the genes, that environmental thing where the mother is talking to the child as well, it also influences what's going on as well. So who knows? Those are like your formative years, right? So like the genes are there, sure, but also the environment is also there shaping you a little bit as well. So yeah, who knows? Women want the benefits of being a wife and then having the children while half-assing their role. Yeah. I don't. It's just weird. Yeah. Exactly, for sure. Welcome to SNC. What's up, Facts of Life? Shout out to the Code Gang, keeping the channel alive and alive. Yeah, dude. Cap Code Gang always shows up, man. You guys always show up. Frog People's Party. Huh? What's up, Rap Broski? What's up, Godframe? Streaming and still breathing. Buddy Boyo. What's up, dude? Great thumbnail. We are live and alive, Buddy Boyos. Based in Medican build. Or Medican, rather. So, what's up, Medican Coping? What's up, Buddy Boyo? I can't breed key. I love that shit, dude. That's like my favorite line from you, dude. Like, I can't breed key. It's like such a good line. I love that one, dude. I can't breed key. It's like the best one. Long time no see, Buddy Boyo. What's that radio push giving on, my dude? Oh, you're on that fucking Russian shit, all right? I see you, man. Mr. will be alive and alive. Another banger coming. Yeah, we're gonna have another pretty decent stream today, honestly. So yeah, we're gonna have a pretty decent stream today. Pretty decent one. We're gonna just gonna like just gonna go everywhere. It's gonna go everywhere, right? We'll go anywhere, right? Who gives a shit? But yeah, people come on and actually say how you feel. Like, what are you actually feeling about the way the world's going right now? Like, instead of just giving me like the PC answer, like, tell me what you really feel. Because obviously, like, they're gonna come from my channel at some point anyway. So you might as well just fucking like say what you fucking feel. At some point, they will come for the channel. I mean, at some point they have to. But like, who knows? You guys have the clips and shit. You'll have the archive. So it's what it is. Who knows? Because they keep like adding more and more like restrictions on what you can do as like even being a YouTuber now. Like, you have to have like There's another thing where it's like you have to like what's the rule now? Like if you have an ad blocker on at all on your channel at all, it's it's like you can't even have like a channel at all, so it's weird. So I had to like take mine off, but at least for YouTube anyway. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter that much for me anyway because I'm not really on YouTube that much anyway, like I used to be anyway. So who cares? So fuck, I see a beggar in Garbage Maxer, Medican. Oh come on, dude. I don't know. Is he really doing this stuff? Who knows? I guess if it's true, I don't know. Like is that what you got to do? That's what you got to do, right? Who knows, man? Like, how bad is it in if you think it's bad in America, like if you ever go out for a meal or you go to the grocery store, like you cannot tell me that you're not feeling these price increases, right? You can't tell me you're not feeling it. You're feeling it everywhere. So like if Medican's so fucking poor, he has to like do this shit. I get it. Like the economy is so shit here, dude. People think like, oh well, I'm making 100K a year. It is for now, but like eventually the inflation will come for you too. They're not gonna keep raising your wages. No fucking way. Because there is a price point where the elasticity of demand for that product is like, well, how bad do I need this product anymore? Like, if it gets so expensive where it becomes unaffordable, I don't know. Like, how far can people go? How far will the inflation go? Who knows? Inflation is simply once again a tax on the. The inflation just goes to the Fed. Where does it go? Like, okay, well, it has to hit the prices somewhere. So you're making all this money, which is like kind of like if you're looking at a Fed policy right now, which is basically like rather than raise rates, 50% because you printed up all this fucking money, and then lower them from there. You did the piss away, cuck way, and you're like, okay, well maybe we can ease our way into it, guys. Okay, we're gonna ease our way into this one, guys. Like you're looking at the inflation, like, oh my fucking god, look at all that money out there. Oh shit, how do we fucking stop it? Okay, we're gonna ease in the inflation. We're gonna ease it in. And you're trying to get to control inflation that way, and it's like, okay, yeah, it's like you're looking at the Fed policy right now, and it's like, okay, this has to fucking die. Like this is unbelievably fucking retarded. It's so bad. Like the Fed policy is like so retarded. Oh, if we keep increasing, they tell you 1 week that the market economy looks fine, and the next week they're like, yeah, we're going to increase 3, 4, or 5 basis points. Like, oh wow, oh shit, bro, holy shit, that's fucking insane. You can't run the economy like that. Fucking insane, dude. And then like at this point, like at some point, once again, the U.S. debt, the interest on that debt will exceed the entire revenue for the federal government. So where does it go then? Where does the inflation? Oh, you're gonna just tax the citizens to death? Well, what's going to happen here? At some point, the Americans will say, well, "I'm not getting taxed this much. Well, fuck this shit. I'm not working anymore." Or they'll just rise up and take you out. One of the two. But like, come on, like the inflation. Come on, they fucked up. It's over. Like the party's over. I think the party's almost over. I don't know. I'm not calling it. I don't want to call it, but like this is so fucking weird, dude. The economy looks so fucking weird right now. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, come on, man. No fucking way. Like, doesn't even seem real. Tax and acts. Women have welfare, simps, and overall more social support. Here, black pillars, known just years ago. Who pays for welfare mostly? I wonder. Who gives women good bloat jobs or somewhat important jobs, easily compared to sub-8 men, especially if it does not have to do with STEM men? Yeah. Let them know inflation equals cuck tax. It's the ultimate and final cuck tax. Like it really is the ultimate cuck tax. It's like, okay, well we're just gonna like increase your prices and then we get more tax revenue that way. So it looks, but at some point, come on now. What is this like? This weird cuck bank thing in the back where it's like, what's in this bank? What's going on in this big balance sheet? And you're saying that even this bank is now having losses. Even this bank, the Federal Reserve, is actually having losses on its statements. I'm like, what? You're having losses and you're the fucking bank of banks? How the fuck is that possible? Where does this end? Like, who? Okay, so where does it make any sense? Something doesn't make any sense here. Who's running this bank? Who do you owe? Oh, okay, so we owe some nebulous thing called a bank. I can just cut you off like a fucking appendage and we just move on forward. It's one of the most like easy things to do. Like, right? Like, okay, well, it's one thing you could do. This thing doesn't. You owe this thing. Owe to who? Ourselves. We'll see ya. cut it off like a fucking appendage. The debt's gone. What are you gonna do? This is a huge money laundering operation. Really, this is all it really is. That's all it really is. They feed their influence through their banks. The banks give the loans out to whoever they want to give them out to. It's just one of those things. I don't know. If you control the money, you effectively, like Rothschild said, if you control the money, I care not who writes your laws. Who gives a shit? I control the money. Ooh, look, I control the thing you have to spend now. What can I do with that? Well, I can just launder it. My own little companies, yada yada yada. Set up an apparatus around you. Put you in a little controlled matrix, effectively. All it really is. They're controlling you via your money, and the money's not even worth. It's not worth the. Like when you're looking at this money, and it's like, why is $20 worth $20, and why is $100 bill worth $100? Like it's the same fucking thing. Like, oh, the security markings on it make it more affordable. Are you retarded? How does that? That's not money. What is? I guess it is money. It's a definition of money, but it's certainly not currency, right? Like I don't know, like what do you call that? It just seems like a nebulous like IOU versus like something more solid. Like there's a reason why they call it the gold standard, right? Like it's the gold standard for a reason. Like is that it gets that name for a reason because like it worked. Wow, this gold thing, people seem to want more than the other thing and this other thing. Well, okay, well we'll just put in an exchange rate and we'll call it a day. Like, wow, we're done. Easy mode. Important jobs easily compared to sub 8 men, especially if it does not have to do with STEM men. I already read the one. I already read that one already. We're no longer in a meritocracy. We're in a kleptocracy. Yeah, probably. Work as little as possible to be free, not a cuckold. Yeah, so that's what I do. My money printer go burr. Yeah, dude, it's go fucking burr every fucking day. They're like trying to print money, trying to hide in different places. How do we hide the inflation, guys? I don't know how to hide the inflation. Okay, so nobody wants our bonds anymore. China doesn't want our bonds anymore. They're selling them like a fucking motherfucker. Okay, who else is gonna buy our debt? Who can buy our debt? Then once again, like if no one also you might also run into a problem where people start not wanting your debt anymore. They don't want your dollar anymore. They're like, fuck it, we'll just go over our own dollar. Why the fuck would we do that? There's no reason to do that. Like, come on. We are fucked in the future economically. Yeah, it's true. If women are still benefiting disproportionately off affirmative action, we will suffer from an incompetency crisis. Women most affected. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh, yeah, basically that. Oh, all the men left the workplace and nothing's happening here. Oh my god, we're all falling apart. Oh god. Nobody's hiring except for low wage. Programming grads are screwed. Yeah, I don't know. Everybody's out like, oh, become a programmer, bro. Like, if you're already in the industry, you're probably fine. But like, if you're somewhere else, like, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, nobody's hiring these high paying jobs where like, you're making decent money. Like, you're stuck somewhere for a little bit, fine. But like, if you're still down there, man, I don't know what to tell you, man. Bank of America cut sales. Yeah, this is crazy, man. Being a single man isn't too bad if you own your home or. Yeah, this is true. Yeah, I would agree. It's not that bad at all. That's basically how I fucking live myself, honestly. My rent's super low in my house, so like I can kind of afford to take a little bit of yeah. I just like that's such a little fucking rent. It doesn't matter to me. Like comes out every fucking weekend or every month. I'm good to go. I don't have to worry about fucking paying it. I don't know. I just have it that way, but I don't know. No pussy, no work. I would agree, man. Good shit. What's up? Films clutch. ESP reevaluation. More women in STEM. Oh my god, what a fucking retard that was, dude. Are you active in your Discord? Not really. I'm not really there. I kind of let people kind of post there. I see a lot of people posting shit, but I kind of just scroll it over, look for anything cool, or somebody wants to send me a message, something like that. They're gonna show it to me, I guess. But I don't mind being like shown things, but just don't like overdo it. What's up, Mystery? What's up, Flame the Four? Mystery School ascended because he is not STEM. Yeah, effectively, yeah. Like apparently, I looked it up. And I saw that the most likely I heard the stat before where the most likely three most likely professions to actually become millionaires were I can't remember what number one was, but number two was like accountant. Number two or number three was accountant, and the other one was like a teacher or something like that. Because like they're really good at like systematizing, and they're really good at at um at understanding like the sort of like the black and white of things, where it's like it's either right or it's wrong. So like it's very much that way in accounting. It's either debit or credit. It's very black or white. It's so it's like you're good at. I mean, when you apply that to money, you're just really good with like the idea of the concept of money. So like how money works, how you can use it, how you can not use it, stuff like that. You've seen all the little things you can do in a business to manipulate money a little bit to make things not look good as bad, right? So that's kind of how it works. So, but that's all you're really trying to do. Find a good cadence for your revenue and your expenses and stuff like that. So, I don't know. Be Medican. Pussy should come before work. Do you still think Bitcoin isn't the solution to the first fiat inflation scam? I don't think Bitcoin. I think they're already trying to do Fedcoin now. Like, oh, here's some Fedcoin, guys. Fedcoin, buy Fedcoin. It's another Jewish trick, another fucking Jewish kike trick to fucking get you to fucking buy some bullshit. Oh look, oh buy Fedcoin. we scam you again, motherfucker. And then we take over Bitcoin. We can just print up Fedcoin, and then people will buy Fedcoin, and then they'll just buy up Bitcoin. And all of a sudden, look, they own the market again. Hey, we own all your currency again. We'll exchange your Bitcoin for Fedcoin. Oh, and then eventually they'll have all that too. So yeah, that's weird. It's a huge psyop. It's a huge scam. Better to go cybersecurity instead of programming. Yeah. ESP valuations, we are fucked if most women are in STEM. Women aren't represented as much in STEM because they live in averages. Women have a physical advantage. Yeah, we do. All right, what the fuck is a NEAT? That's what I said, Doug. That's what everyone was thinking too when they first got there. Like, okay, what the fuck is a NEAT, bro? All right, what the fuck is a NEAT? I was like, this is exactly what I'm gonna say. How I'm gonna say it. Like, all right, what the fuck is a NEAT? It was a perfect line. That line came out perfectly. Like, yeah, it was like, dang, you like, what the fuck is a NEAT, dude? What is a NEAT? Not employed education or training or some shit, right? Yeah, then they NEAT chilling here at the Earth. Your slideshows, well, I remember those fucking things, dude. They're phenomenal. I've been watching them a lot. It's like kind of fun. I can see mercenaries getting rich. Can I have an invite to the Discord? Radio Pushka? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Someone else somehow got in as well. It's so kind of weird. I thought I put that invite on me only. That's weird. I don't know how that person got in. I think I maybe give mod the authority to do that as well. I guess so. I don't know. Maybe you can ask a mod. Let them like talk to you before they show up. I'll ask again in a few years about your thoughts on Bitcoin. Yeah, I don't know. If I'm wrong, well, who knows? If it explodes to like $80 trillion, then well, fuck, that's the best thing could have ever done. I've seen it like gapping up a little bit, so I've seen it going up. Whites and East Asians will be overrepresented in STEM as well because they have more smart individuals. Yeah, that's simply the reality of it. Yeah, this is the reality of it. Yeah, I don't know why I keep trying to cope about this shit, but yeah, there's simply more of them. So you'll have the one or two, the handful that make it in. And they're good enough. They do the job good enough, but yeah. Who knows? Oh my god, how's everybody doing? We got 45 people in the fucking chat. 19 minutes in. My god, we've been talking for a while. How you guys doing? Ultimately, trying to equalize wealth between races will fail. It is unfortunately a fruitless effort. I wish things weren't this way, but it is the black pill. Hmm. Pushka, be careful with Medican. He is selling fake T-shirts. Don't fall for his scams. My God. Oh, he doesn't even send a T-shirt. I'm headed to IKEA. All right. Sounds fine to me, dude. I have some memes we can do. Some memes. Here's a good one. Here's a few good memes. What's this meme here say? Let's talk about the Jewish tricks here we have going on right now. Look, this is from a news article from who knows where, but it's probably true, right? It's probably more truth than false. Here it is. Here we go. Here we go. Look. Israel style of public relations. Sir, a quick guide to Israel's PR methods. Number one, we have heard reports of your death. We'll check into it. Wow. We'll check into it. Who knows? Number two, the people were killed, but a faulty Palestinian rocket bomb. Oh, okay. Well, that's retarded. Huh, that's exactly what they just fucking said like a few days ago. Number three, okay, we killed them, but they were terrorists. Okay. Well, are we here yet, or are we here? I don't know. They're gonna use one of these three, right? They're gonna use one of these three. They're gonna pick. They're gonna say, okay, we killed them, but they were terrorists. Okay, well, or they were civilians, but they were being used as human shields. Okay, well, that's another one they could use. People that's believable, right? I mean, okay, well, it's true. The terrorists over there. Are they really? I don't know, man. Um, okay, and there were no fighters in the area, so it was our mistake. Okay, that's to be like someone admitting it. But we were killed. We killed civilians by accident. They do it on purpose. Wow. So they're just gonna say, well, we get killed because they could kill ours, right? So it's like, okay, well, they killed ours. They killed theirs too. Wow. Okay, this is your argument. Wow. Okay, we will kill far more civilians than they do. But look how terrible other countries are. Oh wow. So no sense of responsibility at all for what you've done. Just simply like, well, we kill you and it's cool, man. We the Jew. we are the devil spawn. Yeah, dude, we the Jew. I don't know, man. Why are you still talking about Israel? Are you some kind of anti-Semite? Wow. Okay, then they accuse you of hating Israel. Well, at some point, like maybe this becomes true, right? Where it's like, okay, well, who knows? Like, test this against the next interview you hear or watch. Adam Johan, Secretary Cardiff, stop the war coalition. Or coalition, yeah. This is their usual PR style. Just watch for one of these. You're gonna see one of these if you come up here at some point in the war, or maybe if at all. You're gonna see it. Just be on the lookout for it. You're gonna see these Jewish tricks come up everywhere. It's gonna be everywhere. You're gonna do these Jewish fucking tricks everywhere, man. The tricks are everywhere, man. Trying to trick you everywhere. You can't trust your media. You can't trust your You can't trust you can't trust really what's in front of your eyes anymore. Like it's just so sad. Like half the damn time, like you're driving around, you're seeing ads everywhere. Your brain's been fried by the 5G. You're just kind of driving around in a fucking haze. Your brain's all fried up. And you're just like kind of driving around. You're just like whatever, man. I don't know. Like you're just kind of driving around. Life's just passing you by. If you call J people in their lives, they will call you an anti-Semite. Yeah, that's true. They will. Yeah. I was watching Mystery School stream and saw you. I came around in episode 21. Wow. Yeah, I remember you too. Oh, we got some other memes. See what we can do. Let me pull some other memes up. Like this is like the Israeli mantra here. This is like literally their mantra for their Mossad here. Mossad. Mossad right here. This is their intelligence agency, right? Every Jew is in basically in this organization, whether they know it or not. There's always a Jew around who passes on information. Always at least one, and you don't say as much around him. You know, you're like, okay, like you always look for the Jew, know who you're talking to. Don't tell them as much. Yeah, always be on a lookout for a Jew. Don't always don't say a lot. So like, yeah. Yeah, it says, by way of deception, thou shalt make war. That's how they make war, by deception. Everything they do is to deceive you. Everything they do is to fucking deceive you. Every little step they make is to fucking deceive you about what they really want, how they really view you. The Jew views you as being cattle to them. You're just a goyim. You're cattle. That's what they're taught in the Talmud. They get to sacrifice you to Molech or some shit, or they're demonic spawn. That's what they are. They're just to sacrifice you to a false idol. There we go. Mossad. Mossad is literally almost always around, dude. They're always around. Mossad's always around. They're always around, always running around. You know, just just fucking shit up. So they're always running around, just running around. Yeah, let's go over the fucking Talmud right now. Here's here's what the Jews really think about you guys. Here's what they really think about you guys. Here's what they really think. Here, we're gonna go over what the Jews think about you guys. Here we go. We're gonna talk about this shit today, man. We have to talk about it because this is sad. Look at this. I'm not gonna read the fucking verse. Who gives a shit? Murdering goyim is like killing a wild animal. Wow. Okay. Let's see. Even the best of Gentiles should be killed. A goy Gentile who pries into the law of Talmud is guilty of death. Ooh. To communicate anything to a goy but our religious relations would be equal to the killing of all Jews. For if the goyim knew what we teach about them, they would kill us openly. Ah, huh. If a Jew be called upon to explain any part of the rabbinic books, he ought give only a false explanation. Whoever will violate this order shall be put to death. Here we go. Here's another one. Here we go. This is a big one here. This is have to be people who run your media. They run parts of your government. These are what people think about you. What they're taught as a child. What they're taught. And even the one who's secular still got taught it. What you're to believe. It's what you're to believe. So here's another one. Here, these people run your media. Let's see. Snuggle intercourse with a little girl is permitted if she is 3 years of age. Oh wow, man. Like, well, what the fuck is that one? Wow. The Jews are just simply like pedophiles. Like, at the end of the day, that's what they are. This is fucking disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Jews may swear falsely by using a subterfuge wording. This is basically just like a book of like spies and shit at the end of the day, right? But it's like a bunch of spies and shit for a demon, for a devil. Do not save Goyim in danger of death. Okay, whatever. Show no mercy to the Goyim. Oh wow. So yeah, they'll be ruthless with you, man. They'll just take all your money, ride you for a long time. You know, show no mercy. Do not save Goyim in danger of death. You know, they don't save you at all. So it can be proven that someone has given the money to an Israelite to Goyim of way he has found a prudent consideration to wipe him off the face of the earth. A Jew may keep anything he finds which belongs to the Akum, Gentile, for he who returns lost property to Gentiles sins against the law by increasing the power of transgressors of the law. It is praiseworthy, however, to return lost property if it is done and to honor the name of God, namely, if it is doing it by so doing, Christians will praise the Jews. Oh wow, they'll do it. So a Christian will say, "Well, a Jew one time did this for me, buddy. Yeah, that's part of the whole plan, dude." Yeah, when they're a little bit generous. Oh yeah. So Christians praise the Jew, so the Christians have a good impression of the Jew. The Christians and Jews are not to be. I'm sorry. There shouldn't be no fucking love there at all. I don't know why there is, if any at all. Judeo-Christian is bullshit. Such a bullshit fucking thing, dude. And look upon them as honorable people. I'm not gonna read the verse. Who gives a fuck what the verse is? All I care about is what the word says, right? A Jew should and must make a false oath when the Goyim ask if our books contain anything against them. Oh my god. So they'll always lie to you. No, our books are fine, bro. Oh wow, that's stupid. Jews are human beings, but the nations of the world are not human beings, but beasts. Wow. Only the Jews are human. Wow. No fucking way. Huh. They're flipping it. The Jews are the inhuman motherfuckers, dude. They're absolutely inhuman. They don't care about anything but themselves. They're greedy, disgusting, vile, just demonic, really. They sacrifice babies to fucking Molech. If you go online, you can find a clip of Oprah from 1980 something, where this woman's talking about how these her family is like well known for like sacrificing babies and shit like that, and praising Satan and shit in their homes and shit. Come on, dude. Like, this shit has been going on for a long time. These Jews have always been this way. Once again, if they're doing it, why aren't you praising the fucking the fucking good the other side of that, the fucking the whatever you want to call that side? Who knows? The nations of the world are not human beings, not beasts. Wow, they think you're a beast. When the Messiah comes, every Jew will have 2,800 slaves. Wow. So when their Messiah, the Antichrist, shows up, they'll all have 2,800 slaves. Wow. They'll have 2,800 slaves. Wow. That's what you guys get. Jehovah created the non-Jew in human form so that the Jew would not have to be served by beast. Wow. The non-Jew is consequently an animal in human form. Wow. That's so fucking horrible. And condemned to serve the Jew day and night. No fucking way, man. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Yeah. What the thing about you guys, man? What's the thing about you guys? A Gentile girl who is 3 years old can be violated. Wow. This is a Gentile girl. Yeah. One of your children can be violated at 3 years old. That's horrible, man. So they'll just fucking, okay, well, maybe I won't touch my own girls, but we'll touch yours. We'll fucking always a Jew somewhere in there involved. A Jew can may violate but not marry a non-Jewish girl. Wow. Wow, so this is just saying these two thieves right here. Oh yeah, just do them, bro. Just do them. Okay, yeah, okay. What the fuck, dude? If a goy kills a goy or a Jew, he's responsible. But if a Jew kills a goy, he is not responsible. Oh my god. I guess if a Jew scams another Jew, how'd that work out? I guess maybe that never happens, right? So they're always in on the scam, right? It's a huge scam. It's all a huge fucking scam, dude. It is permitted to kill a Jewish denouncer everywhere. It is permitted to kill him even before he denounces. Oh, poor babies. All property of the other nations belong to the Jewish nation, which consequently is entitled to seize upon it without any scruples. Wow, this is what they're praying for. That's what they want to do to you guys. It's from the Jewish Talmud. We'll give you all this stuff. This is what you get to have in the Jewish Talmud. This is what they want for you. You're the goyim. All of you, the black man, the white man, the Hispanic guy, the Middle Eastern dude, even the Middle Eastern guy, you're all considered just goyim. You're just like, you're just goyim. Wow, you're just beast. We work you to death, extract what we want out of you, and then we leave. Huh. Wow. And they're everywhere. They're fucking everywhere. They're everywhere, man. They're fucking everywhere. You can't trust any of them. Because they all get taught this shit. I don't think Mystery School had a falling out with Ronan. Maybe he was afraid of being doxxed. No idea. I don't know. The Jays love eating baby foreskin. They do. They love it, man. They live for it. Christians love Jews. Jews hate Christians. What a great relationship. Yeah, what is that? Like, what the fuck is that? It's such a weird fucking thing, dude. Like, Jesus did not teach tolerance really at the end of the day. He taught, like, if you read what Jesus really did in the Bible, he was known for, like, he ran the fucking money changers out of the, he just ran them out. Like, come on. Like, he did it with force. He wasn't just like some, oh, look at me and Jesus. Hey, guys, love each other. And he actually did stuff in the Bible. He actually did stuff. And people always forget that. It's like, well, whatever, man. Like, you want to see it, then who gives a shit? I don't know. This is weird. But yeah, I don't know. This is weird. Yeah, but these fucking Jews, they don't give a fuck about fucking Christians, dude. Like, when you go to Israel to spit on you and shit like that, they'll just they hate you, man. They don't want Christians in fucking Israel, man. They'll kill you. Had to come tell my mom and aunt, you don't know. They call you goy, don't you? Yeah. They call you goyim. I don't think Mr. I ever don't already. Sorry, I keep going. Todd asked me today. Okay. Jesus was soyified. He really was. They soyified the fuck out of Jesus. They're like, oh yeah, even Jesus is soy. Look at, even Jesus said love everybody. What? I don't know, man. That's a big extrapolation of what the fuck I was talking about. But okay, but Jesus was talking about. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's weird. One of my dad's doctors used to call him a goyim when he came to the office. Wow. Saul Paul wrote half the New Testament. He was a super Jew. Jesus wanted not to trust any Jew. Yeah. Yeah, you can't trust him, dude. Can't trust anything they write. So they're gonna be written in some fucked up way. He might get some of it right, but he'll always throw his little Jew fucking his Jew little testament in there as well. Well, this is what really happened. Okay. You can't trust him, dude. You have to read the whole New Testament, like, the actual, like, okay, like, who can you trust, and then who can't you trust? Okay, like, you can't trust this guy. Maybe you can trust part of what he says. Or you can't trust any of it because they always lie. But not everyone's deserving of love. Small hats are the ultimate sellouts. They are. Yeah, they sell every time. You can't trust them. Israel claims Hamas is trying to make chemical weapons. Judas betrayed him for money. The true Jew trait. Yeah, you can't trust Jews. Can't trust them. But yeah, you can't trust any of them, man. Israel claims Hamas was trying to make chemical weapons. This is fucking weird, man. They can't trust anything Israel really says because it's all going to be deception or some shit. Like, you can't trust anything really America says at the end of the day, right? Because they're all just Jews as well. So, like, even America's, it's not completely that, but it's bad. I'm going to think, I'm going to say this is bad. a lot of these news stations are simply just compromised. They say whatever they're told to say. That's like the narrative for the day. It's weird. This is what we're hearing. This is what we're hearing about this war from the Israelis. Wow, you can trust that? You gonna trust that? I don't know, man. There are Jews in every culture. There are Jews in Mexico City. Even blacks claim to be the real Jews. Huh? Yeah. I was wondering if you see the Grabbler video from the Onion channel. Do not know how they got away with it. I haven't seen that one yet. What the fuck? Oh man. Women think they're God's gift to man, and man enforces as law. Yeah, it's fucking weird, man. Women think they're God's gift to man. Yeah, whatever. I was wondering if you've seen the Grabbler video from Onion Channel. Haven't seen it yet. No. Let's see if I got any other channels. Any other comments, rather. Had my way of the Middle East would look like the moon. Huh? Sounds fun, but I don't want it to be that bad. In my Discord. Is it in here? Target is leaving NYC because of theft. Oh my fucking god, bro. Yeah, what do you expect to happen? You just legalize theft and people just go in there and steal shit. They don't care anymore. They see like society's falling apart all around you, man. Society's falling apart all around you. You just don't see it. They're like it's happening all around you. Lee Waffles is the most normie NPC guy I've ever met, ever heard. Dude sounds like a robot, like a base character when you customize your character in a video game. Dude, it's so sad. Dude, default waffles. Literally, that's a good comment. I know this a while ago, but this is a good comment. My God, I never tire of like talking about wee waffles, dude. He's such a fucking like normie ass fucking looking motherfucker, dude. That's horrible, man. I love the income community, whatever, dude. Look at this shit. But general, what else we got here? Huh? They're pretty good videos. Any good videos? If you want a woman to watch from here? I'm still here, guys. Give me a sec. I'm just letting some comments pile up. You guys can just keep talking amongst yourselves, I guess. Default waffles. This is a good one, dude. Yeah, if you have a hook nose or they got that hook nose fixed, you gotta watch out for them, dude. Even any semblance of a hook nose shows some level of like, what's going on there with that guy? Can't trust him. He's a shyster. He's not necessarily a Jew, but he's a shyster. What do you do with those kind of guys? He's not Jewish, but he's like, that nose though. He's a shyster. What do you do with a shyster? Or perhaps that nose is simply a symbol of being a Jew. Maybe they're simply just Jews, just of a different shade. They're everywhere. They're fucking everywhere. Let's see what we got going on here. Says on the title, overcome stress by visualizing it as a greedy hook-nosed race of creatures. The onion's always on somehow. Some onion's always generally on point, dude. The onion's always on point, dude. Yeah, always on the opposite side of the narrative. They're like, oh yeah, we're a satire. How are the onion? Like sometimes they get it wrong, but sometimes they get it right. Sometimes they're spot on. Hook nose. Crime rate. Crime creates poverty. Yeah, but I believe that now. That's true. Blue Waffles is worse than Tim Pool. He is. Yeah, he's pretty bad. Default Waffles. Yeah. Society falling apart. What do you mean Elon Musk and NASA will save us? Yeah, sure. Oh man, it's such a fucking. It's horrible, man. Let's see. Wheat waffler. Oh man, dude has like no spine, no fucking spine, no fucking dick. He's a fucking gimp. Fucking gimp. Do you think I could get a link to the Discord? I don't know, man. I might do it. Might not. What y'all ninjas talking about today? Oh, we talking about the Jew again, because he's the talk of the town now, man. Jay's DNA can be traced back to 4 women. They have 4 mother gods in their religion. One being the girl from the Starbucks cup, literal demon spawn. Yeah. Yeah, they are they're a reverse of like they're really just like what the I guess if you could take Jews are like I don't know if women if they were men to some extent, just really fucked up people. It's a dying race of people. a feminized, literal fucking demon spawn just staring at me like this is weird. Fucking odd. Who knows? Yeah, the fucking demon spawn looking at fucking a Bankman Fried or some shit. Looking bitch. What's her fucking name? Who gives a shit what her name is? But yeah, that chick. Like fucking demon spawn, dude. You can't tell me that was like fucking demon spawn, bro. Elon Musk is too sus. Yeah, a little bit. I'm questioning his what his motives really are. What does he really want? I don't know. He's weird. He's a weird dude. He's a weird dude. Mondo explains this. It's quite interesting. Elon wants to make brain chips. Pretty sus. Yeah, it's pretty sus, dude. I don't know about that one, dude. That's some weird shit, bro. I don't know about that one, dude. I don't know, man. It's fucking weird. A lot of men are. Sorry, King Doge. The price of human meat and baby foreskin from the Clinton Foundation went up. Huh? Yeah? Don't let anyone retards into Discord. Even letting me in was enough. I mean, have you looked at the Jews without surgery? They look like beasts. Yeah, they do. They look horrible looking, man. They just take everything they are and just reverse them to you. That's all Jews really do. They take everything they are and just reverse them to you. If a Jew ever accuses you of anything, that's something they're fucking doing right now. That's something they're fucking doing. That's something they're fucking doing. Like, okay, like, are you threatening me? It's like, am I? I didn't threaten you. You're threatening me though. Yeah, that's how it works. If it's coming from a so-called genius Musk, expect to go a low-quality product. Burger King is a Jew. Is he a Jew? I don't know. I don't think Burger King's a Jew. He's trying to be. He's an honest burger seller, my dude. He's not really honest, but he's trying to be more. He's trying to be a little bit more honest about his burger selling now. Pelosi doesn't look like a demon. She is a demon spot, bro. Look at her. It's like fucking like a fucking lizard bitch, like some lizard shit going on there. Come on, like she's just probably been feeding on baby flesh for fucking centuries. Like these demons, they're everywhere. It's hilarious how quickly you could get canceled or risk losing just support for Palestine to support losing job just by support Palestine. Yeah, that's insane, dude. See, look, Ronald McDonald, he's been here for years, dude. He's been trying to fucking get me to buy them burgers for fucking years, dog. He's like, thank God. I'll give you that perfect fucking Big Mac every time if you just let me into heaven. Like this is crazy, right? Like it's crazy. That's what they fucking do. They keep coming back for more fucking money, dog. They're greedy. Look at them go. Dude, I'm literally getting the free advertising, dog. I don't want to eat, dog. Leave me alone. It's true, dog. They've been here for years. Ford and got me here for a long time. They've been over here hawking their wares. Get the fuck out of here, Burger King, fucking McDonald's and Burger King. Fuck out of here, bro. Fucking just killing themselves, dog. Now, what the fuck, dude? I'm not eating. I'm not going to go there, dog. I'm good. McDonald's is also in heaven too. I don't know. McDonald's. I went to McDonald's one time and had a fucking Big Mac. I was like, I feel like I died going to heaven, dog. What the fuck? I like, this burger is phenomenal. The sauce was right. The burger patties were pretty damn decent. You know, the bread was perfect. They got it right that one time. I was like, dang, perfect. You took a bite into it. You're like, dang, this showing is fucking legit. You like, you ate it again. You ate it again. You're like, dang, you was dying, bro. But like, other than that though, like, that's like the last time I really had something from from McDonald's really that hit me like that. But other than that, man, sometimes you go to fucking McDonald's, man, some fucking slap together fucking goy slop. Like, you guys can't even make fucking good goy slop, man. Like, come on. The goy slop is getting shittier and shittier every fucking year. It comes and it even costs more. I don't know, man. You'll die and go to heaven after that heart attack. Oh yeah, hell yeah, man. Hell fucking yeah. Ron promoting goy sloppers in chat. Mickey D's. Yeah, dude. They're always here, man. They're always fucking here. You better off eating literal trash than McDonald's. Yeah, I mean, McDonald's is just skeezy now, man. Just skeezy and nasty. McDonald's' job is to send people to heaven. The McChickens, the McDoubles aren't even $1 anymore. It's over. Dude, their fucking their chicken nuggets are so fucking disgusting. I'm like, what in the fuck is this shit, bro? Some of the nastiest shit I've ever tasted in my whole life. It's this nasty, bro. The McChicken I think is all right. McDoubles are okay, but it's not even $1 anymore, dog. It's over, dog. Yeah, like it's just, like come on, like you can't tell me you're not feeling the fucking inflation, dog. It's hitting everywhere, dog. It's hitting everywhere. There's too much money out there, man. I'm sorry, it's gonna explode. It has to. I used to get their snack wraps. Truth be told, I've been living off of a Burger King snack wraps for like about a month now. They're so fucking good, and they're pretty like low calorie too as well. So like you can get like 2 of them, and it's a pretty decent meal honestly. So I love those things. They're like $2.99 or some shit, but those things, but they always fucking go up in price at some point. So goy slop nuggets, yeah, the nuggets are so fucking disgusting, man. They're horrible. They're horrible, man. Can't eat them anymore. Fast food places don't appeal to me anymore. Yeah. Just get a better job, Jimmy. Jimmy, just get that better job, Jimmy. You know what to do, Jimmy. Give me that better job. Jimmy. I need my check, Jimmy. I need you to get. You know how fucked up that would be, bro. You know how fucked up that would be, bro. If your parent retirement was tied to your check, like your literal check, you getting paid like 85 million goy bucks in general. You got to spend that every day. Because that's how bad the inflation is. Because the money just goes away so fast. You don't spend it immediately, you're fucked. So yeah, it's crazy. That's the type of economy you're gonna be in. Is that really gonna be how? That really how it's gonna be? Just hyperinflation out the fucking ass. Your money's worth nothing. It's just funny. It's sad. But yeah, this is basically what he's saying, right? Jimmy, I need you. Jimmy, look, I know the government fucked up. I know we give the Jews all the money and we're all serfs now, Jimmy. But come on, Jimmy. They gave us the what's that thing called? The Fed coin. Yeah, Jimmy. The Fed coin is worth something, right, Jimmy? Like, Jimmy, all you gotta do is just go out there and work. All you gotta do is go out there and work, Jimmy. Jimmy, all you gotta do is go out there and work. And Jimmy, I'll tell you what, Jimmy, we're gonna, Jimmy, just go to work. Jimmy, just get a job at Burger King. They'll pay you 85 million goy bucks today. Jimmy, just go to work. And then tomorrow you'll wake up because it's just a gig, right? It's gigger. You're working a gig job, right? So everything's a gig now. They're like, Jimmy, look. Jimmy, look at the paper, Jimmy. There's a job here. They'll pay you 20 million goy bucks if you just go down the street, Jimmy, and move some garbage around. Oh, Jimmy, don't do it, Jimmy. And he's just over there living forever. The eternal boomer, just living in the fucking lie, watching fucking Family Matters and shit. I don't know, watching some old fucking 1950s fucking TV shit. Live forever. It's true. It's true. It's true. Yeah, imagine that shit, dude. That's the kind of hell these Jews want you in, dog. The eternal boomer. Fast food places don't appeal to me anymore. Never the brainwashed to believe Jews are the victim. More Russians died. Yeah, yeah. They're gonna start paying fast food workers $20 an hour in some states. Then California, it's over, bro. Yeah. What's going on down there, bro? Like, at some point, like, if you can make more money than I'm making right now working at Burger King, why the fuck am I doing this job? Like, even why would you do the fuck it? Just like at some point you just stop doing work. And it's retarded. Like, you can't keep raising the minimum wage. Oh well, we gotta raise it to here now and here. Like, come on, dude. They're trying to like also try to like tamper down some of the inflation that way. But the problem with that is that also increases prices. So inflation really is simply just an increase in prices. Is all it really is. That's all it really is. That's all inflation really is increasing prices. So people want to cope and say, well, if you just increase the wages, no, it just becomes increasing prices. Come on, dude. This is basic economics, basic business shit. It's so fucking funny, right? What's so funny, Flynn, for? What's so funny, man? Jimmy, register for the draft. Jimmy, look, they're giving you a $35 million sign-on bonus, Jimmy. Just go to Israel and die, Jimmy. Then I can get that check. I'll get you Operation Israel dump shit. Israel dumb motherfucking Goybot medal, and then I'll get the check forever, Jimmy. You'll be a gold star soldier. You died in combat. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm gonna get my check though. Yeah, Boomer don't give a fuck about Jimmy, bro. Jimmy, register for the draft. Go. Fuck it. Just work and get my check, Jimmy. I don't care what you say, Jimmy. I need my check. Just get a better job, bro. I can't have a minimum wage job be enough to live on your own. Just get a minimum wage job and live with a couple of roommates. Wow. Jimmy, get drafted for the register. Yeah, Ronald McBoomer. Huh? Just get a better job, bro. Self-improve, bro. Not everyone can be an engineer, scientist, banker, etc. Society needs plumbers, trash men, janitor for society to function. That's true. This is simply the reality. Here in Moberly and Macon, Missouri, BK closed down for good. BK here in Moberly has been shut down for at least 6 months, and the one in Macon for about 3 months. Yeah. At some point, you just can't, like, at some point, people will just simply stop buying your food. If I can't afford it, I'm not going to buy it anymore, right? So, $20 an hour in Cali is pathetic. Yeah. California equals communist like land. Yeah, basically. No $20 an hour for fast food workers. They will hire immigrants and use technology. Yeah, basically. To turn into little bots. Oh, I am the smarter version of the Indian man with the chip bot in my head. I will do what you tell me to do, and we go to work. Yeah, we go to work every day. We get hit with the 5G every day. The 5G signals go into my brain, and I get controlled like a fucking idiot. I'm a drone. Jimmy, go fight the immigrants stealing your job back home, Jimmy, please. Jimmy, I need you to go get a job. Jimmy, look, I don't give a fuck if you're gonna go to work at a Chinese restaurant just flapping out farts, Jimmy. I don't give a fuck what you do. Jimmy, I need you to go get a job, Jimmy. He's in your face now. Jimmy, I need that check. Jimmy, I need to go to the casino tonight, Jimmy. We gonna hit it big tonight, Jimmy. I need you to go, Jimmy. Look, I need to go play the lottery tonight, Jimmy, because this shit ain't enough. I play the lottery tonight. I know the number. It'll come in tonight, Jimmy. This is every boomer's dream. I'm gonna hit the lottery this time, guys. This time's the real one. They're all just paying the fucking goy bucks. It's a scam. This is a scam. It's a huge scam. They already know the winner at the end of the day, right? Probably at the end of the day. That's true. Yeah. Nah, Jimmy's room. What a fucking retard. I beat his ass fucking so bad. It's not even funny now. Anybody who watched that video would be like, wow, yes, he's right. He's fucking right. He's right. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, it's true. Every time I'd order Grubhub with some guy named Ahmed, yeah, it's weird, man. Fucking weird. Venezuelans to get work permits. This is all planned to keep wages down. Yep. Yeah. But that's gonna raise wages. They're gonna yeah, I guess, yeah. If you give them a job, then it'll yeah. But then when they want to keep wages low, which is like, okay, how do you keep wages low when inflation's going up? So like people just become like they die. They can't afford anything anymore. That's how things work. You keep wages low, but okay, but how does that work with increasing inflation? It's insane, man. See McDonald's and Tic Tac because they're experimenting with the kitchen with robots cooking and cleaning the kitchen. Could work, I guess. I'm right, Jimmy. I'm right, Jimmy. Look, there ain't no such thing as inflation, Jimmy. They already explained that in the news, Jimmy. Imagine hearing that word in your mind, hearing that line in your head, Jimmy. Jimmy, or what I'm gonna go with some dude. Jimmy, look, I told you, Jimmy. Look, the government already said this is gonna work. All you gotta do, Jimmy, is just go back to work. Jimmy, back to work, and then I need you to go to work, Jimmy. Give me some money. I go play the lottery. We hit it big. We stop working forever, Jimmy. And Jimmy's so chipped up right now. He got the brain chip in his head. He's like, yes, Dad. I'm going to I'll go work at the it'll become a Zog bot. Here's a Zog bot. I'll go work at the laundromat today, Dad. I'll make 2 million goy bucks. Wow. That's what Jimmy sounds like. He's a fucking retard. You know, Jimmy doesn't even really have a choice in the matter. He's so chipped up and shit from the 5G and the bad food and the goy slop. He's just a big old piece of lug. The big old fucking lug. A lot of migrants invading NYC somehow get a bike or scooter and start doing food deliveries. Yeah, I don't know. These jobs are right to cuck you. You deserve to wage. These jobs are right to cuck you. You deserve to wage. Oh, I'm telling you right now that you have to I'm Jordan Peterson, and I cry every time I go on the stage because the reality is that I know I'm fleecing you. I know I'm a liar. I know better than this, but the reality is that I'm in too deep, and the Jew has me, and my daughter got fucked by a man who thought he was a demon. My God, I'm a retard. But now I'm in too deep now, so now I gotta be evil. Ah. Fucking retarded, dude. Fucking Jordan Peterson, dog. What the fuck? Everyone's used to low wages and high prices. They have 20 plus under one roof. Yeah, it's true. That's how you gotta live now. Communism. They're used to communism, right? They're used to it at this point. They're trying to escape it, but then when they have to actually live under it, they can probably do it. You know, the Americans probably can't. Who knows? In the news, Jimmy, but even they can't really live under it, though. It just becomes like just dystopia at that point, right? It just becomes dystopic. So fucking over, yeah, dude. Would not be surprised if almost all the jobs created during the Biden admin had gone to migrants. Yeah, well, if you look at some of the data I saw with that, something like 90% or 80-something% of like all the jobs given to like executive jobs or corporate jobs in America were given to like non-whites. It's fucking insane. I'm like, what? How the fuck's that possible, bro? How the fuck is that possible? Okay, like, it's going to show you, man, that like, yeah, it's over, man. If you're I don't know, man, it's bad. I mean, either that's just a matter of discrimination, or if it's a matter of birth rate. It might be a little bit of both, but at the same time, though, like that's a bad ratio to have. Who's Jimmy again? IRS, you won $1 million. You won $3 million from the lottery with my money. Having a fighter is the ultimate cuck. Having a daughter is the ultimate and final cuck. Think about it rationally. You're feeding, clothing, and raising a daughter so another man can fuck her in every hole. The ultimate and final cuck. The ultimate and final cuck. Neat maxing a World of Warcraft. Best cope ever. Not in Jordan Peterson's fan. He's controlled opposition. He is controlled opposition, dude. He's a fucking charlatan, man. Complete other hack. Just be non-white, basically, at this point. Who knows? I don't know what's going on anymore, man. It's bad. The ultimate and final cuck. Think about it rationally. You're feeding and clothing a just a man named Andrew Tate can fuck my daughter in every hole. I did all that work, feeding and clothing her and raising her to be a good girl. And just so a man and a porn star in Romania can fuck her in every hole. Wow, I'm just think about it rationally. I'm the ultimate and final cuckold. I'm the ultimate and final cuckold, and I have nothing else but that in my heart. I know deep down in my heart I've been cucked so hard by the system. Think about it rationally. If you really think about it rationally, it is the ultimate and final cuck. I've experienced it. Jordan B. Peterson has experiences. It's true. Jordan Peterson has experiences, man. He has. This is simply true. What happened to BPJ? I don't know, dude. Black Pill Jesus or the other BPJ? Did all that work for a bum Chad to ravage all her holes? Yeah, dude, it's just sad. Your daughter if your daughter is a corn star, you've been cucked. Yeah, that's true. BPJ is getting laid. Maybe he is. Who knows? Maybe he said fuck it. Like I said though, he's still addicted to that pussy, man. He's addicted to it, man. I don't know if I can do it. You know, like it's just one of the things where it's like people can't like stop like trying to get pussy now. It's like I don't know, man. Like, I just gave up a long time ago. Stop trying. Who the fuck? Even if you could get it, why would you bother? I don't even care anymore. I don't even care. Like I work around women all day long. I could easily just run through the whole place and I don't even bother. Yeah, I feel like black men are some of the most servile men when it comes to women. I don't know. You just fall for their charms and that too easily. I don't know what to say. Yeah, you gotta have a real cold heart. He's an agent, J Defender. Is he a J Defender? Does he defend the Jays? I don't know, man. Are you still with that one girl? Yeah, I'm still with her actually. It's going pretty well. I just stopped. Maybe that's probably why I stopped trying. I don't care anymore. It's like whatever. You know, the chase is gone. We're just having fun though. It's still like a nice thing to have. You know, have a relationship. It's like okay, this feels nice. You know, some dudes actually out there like halfway kind of cares about you a little bit, right? Well, BPJ was stuck on that hamster. He's still based though. Are you avoiding my question? I'm here, guys. I'm just chilling. Got a new job and shit. Oh, what's up, Jay? How you doing, man? Glad you're alive. Yes, oh my man. Glad you're alive. Still making it. Are you still in? Are you still? I don't know. California seems like such a bad state to be in, man. I don't tell you. Like such a bad state. Let me. I'm gonna take a break now. Let me put a meme up real quick, and then I'll take a break. We'll use this meme here. It's a pretty good meme. Here's the meme for the day. Be back in a few minutes, and just enjoy your meme. And you post a link in the chat, invite link. Here's the invite link. Let me. I gotta move it. I'm sure it's in the right spot. All right, there's the invite link at the top. Go ahead and join when you're ready, and we'll chill and have some good talk, I guess. All right, guys. See you guys in a few minutes. What's up, guys? We're back. Brutal frog pill. I know, dude. Someone said, "What's your opinion on surrogacy?" I'm kind of against it at this point. Truth be told, I think that when women do it, and even when men do it to some extent, like I feel like men have a much more pure purpose of having children than women do. Men actually want to have like something they can like, generally, in my opinion, um, unless they're like gay or some shit. But if they're like regular dudes, just a regular dude wants a family, um, but can't find a wife to whom or some shit, then he'll just like find a surrogate. That's not too bad, but I still have misgivings about it, right? But the kids generally turn out pretty well. It's the women who single motherhood is this horrible on. Like, so like when women have kids on their own, this is just like a recipe for fucking disaster, and it's not even really their kid, right? Because the kid was born in someone else's womb, and so I don't know. Even that should really be restricted to just men, and really that should be a very like specific like circumstances where it becomes necessary, right? But I don't know. Having a new GF is nice for the first couple of months, but the feeling fades just like everything else. Yeah, it's pretty amazing on Hiker. Yeah. Reminder: there was an article posted last week about a study that showed female frogs playing dead to avoid male attention. Yeah, it happens all over fucking nature, dude. A woman would rather fucking wait for Chad to arrive than mate with a sub 8 frog. They're like, what the fuck? Where's the man at? Like, where's the real frog? I want that real frog dick. Like, I don't want the fucking little teeny ass fucking frog. Brutal frog pill. Yeah, dude. Frog self on dehydration watch. Huh? Fucking based anime. Or based music, rather. Yeah. Zeppelin 1001 Mystery. Just want to say, you the man. I am overwhelmed by various streams, so I just didn't know until recently that you've interviewed so many key BP Manosphere persons. Keep kicking ass. Yeah, dude. Now we know the name Pepe is a meme. Poor Pepe, lol. Why Pepe is a yeah, Pepe. Keck. He is Keck. Pepe is Keck now. Pepe needs to visit some pros overseas if he isn't getting some. Yeah, I don't know, man. Poor Kermit self. Yeah. Allegedly, a picture of a DVD-R got leaked. He doesn't look as bad as I thought, but isn't definitely still over. But it's definitely still over for him, dude. Anytime someone gets leaked, I just assume they probably did it on their own. I don't know, man. It's pretty easy not to get doxxed on the internet. At least in my opinion, I haven't been doxxed yet, so who knows? But I just really keep my connections very loose. I use a really old account, nobody even fucking knows the fucking shit to it, so. What's up, champs? What's up, Mark? DBDR already had his IRL friend find his channel a long time ago. Probably the origin of the leak. It probably is. Who knows? Subjective and been a while, my man.
Hey there, my friend. You right?
Doing good, man. How you doing?
Yeah, pretty good, my friend. Just come back from my friend's house. Just talking to him, and I've been educating him slowly on the black pill and all that, and he started to understand dating dynamics and what he can do and what he can't do. And it's actually been pretty impressive, the steps he's made, because I've told him how it all works, if you know what I'm saying, after years of study, and he's getting and it's been pretty good to see that he's getting results now based on what I've been telling him, dating dynamics and how it works, how women think and all that. So it does have a benefit. You can actually help your mates sometimes,
Yeah, it can. It just really it really makes you have perspective on things, right? Where it's like you start really looking. I mean, in my opinion, it's made me like have a lot of perspective about like what's really important when it comes to dynamics between men and women and stuff like that, and what's really going on there. Like, if it's simply an attraction thing, you need to maximize your attractive features as much as you can.
Yeah,
and make your worst features look not as bad, right? So you do what you got to do to peacock or whatever you want to call it to at least get the girl interested and go from there, right? Because they're gonna be, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying use deception, but like just do stuff like that, and beyond that, and then beyond that point, like once you pass the looks threshold, you're simply just walking into there's got to be some. I mean, I hate to say there's got to be some level of like chemistry there, but like it depends on what you want, though, right? Like if you just want to get laid, sometimes looks depending on the girl isn't really enough. Like I hate to say that sometimes, but sometimes they would want more than that. But it's weird, so you got to figure out what she wants and what she's gonna say no, and how that gonna work. So and then if that's determines if you're Chad or not. Like if you get on the first date or not. I guess maybe there's some truth there, right? So
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, my mate's not a Chad, and but he's got some things going for him. Obviously, I'm not going to dox the dude, but he's got a good job and stuff, and he's pretty presentable in certain ways. So I just told him where I think he could do well in the dating market and where he's not going to do very well. And I just told it to him in a very black pill way. I didn't spare any of his emotions. I didn't try and make him feel good. And because he did that and he applied the little bit of knowledge I've got, he started to have some success and stuff. And I was like, well, that's predictable, mate, And that's I think that's a good thing about all the different research that was done by different people, like pioneers who who first appeared and started talking about bone law and all that kind of thing. And I got myself out of inceldom, and I did it for applying the black pill knowledge. And a lot of guys probably would do the same thing eventually. Eventually, they'll do the same thing with a bit of hope. And but the world's a crazy place at the moment, isn't it, Mystery?
Yeah, the world's literally on fire right now, and like it's just a really fucking like. I mean, do you even want to travel anymore? Like, I still, I don't know. Like, obviously, certain places haven't been hit yet, but like, you get the war in Ukraine, the shit spinning up in the Middle East.
Yeah,
it's not looking too good. You got China; they're moving their ships in. America has their ships there already. It's okay, well then what's going on here? Like, and then Iran saying fuck it, we're going full fucking memes now. Like, you might as well go full fucking memes. Then you got fucking the American economy is literally teetering on an edge. And then what do you do with all that? Like,
I made a video today. on my little channel, and what I've started to do is I've started to lay in bed, and there's a bit of a joke, lay down and rock kind of thing, and I basically said that we're powerless. I'm like me and you. I think you're an American, so you've got a little bit more power than me because you're an American citizen. But it's only slight. I mean, it's not massive a difference. But the fact of the matter is that we're plebs. That's the truth. Yeah, we're not in the halls of power. We're not in Washington. We're not in London. We're not in these big power centers. No one gives a fuck about what we say, what we do. And at the moment, we're kind of passive victims to this wider geopolitical struggle that's going on between these big power brokers. And the point I made in my channel was that we can't do anything about it.
Truth be told, it's like if you zoom out a little bit, right? Because like we keep talking about like who really are the big power brokers, though, right? Like we have like. I hate to bring these guys up, but goddamn, like they're everywhere. The Jews, like they appear to be at the top of all these big. I know there are things you can't say, but there are things I can say, right? So like I know, these guys tend to be at the very top of these organizations. I know the things you can't say. I hear you, man. So I'm not gonna make you say it, but yeah, it's like they appear to be at the very top of all the apparatuses. Like, how does that make any sense?
I know, mate. I mean, the thing is, like, I've been cut when it comes to my freedom of speech and shit. So
I hear you. I hear you.
But on my channel, what I basically say it's bankers and shit like that. And it's
bankers is a good term for it. Yeah.
Yeah, and but the thing is that when you're looking at the situation at the moment, you've got Israel and it's it's going crazy. And I said on my channel, like I admitted it, I'm no cuck, I'm no leftist, but I'm looking at this situation and I fucking say it, they're having genocide committed on them. Yeah, that is what's happening to the Palestinians. It's genocide. When you're cutting the people's water. And you're cutting their food supplies and you're cutting their building supplies and you're bombing them to fuck every single day. These people are being oppressed bigger than I've ever known in recent history. And then the thing is, I was listening to Syrian Girl. Have you heard of Syrian Girl, Mystery?
What's that?
Syrian Girl. She's a blogger.
Never heard of her.
All right. She's like a geopolitical analyst from Syria. A really attractive young woman. And she was saying that what's going on in Gaza with these people, that is what the New World Order wants to do to us. I mean, we're sitting pretty at the moment, we're going, oh, it's over in Palestine. Ain't it bad? These people over in the Palestinians are having some bad things happening to them. Oh, let's switch over and look at some cat videos on YouTube. Let's get a grip and understand that this globalist system wants to do it to us too. Now, what's going on to these Palestinians? I listened to this video and I was quite shocked. These people live with internal passports in their own fucking country. Yeah. They've got checkpoints, and every time they go past a checkpoint, they've got some guy from the IDF pointing a gun in their face. Okay. That's the first thing. Secondly, they've got cameras that don't just go into the street, they go into their homes. They're the most surveyed people on the planet. Any time they can be arrested for anything they make up at any time, and God knows what happens to them when they get taken away. All right, these people are living under constant terror, constant fear, and they've got the most powerful freaking military in the world that's backing up Israel. So the problem is that these people have got no way of defending themselves, and they've got an international media that's completely biased against them whenever they try and speak about what's going on.
The reality with what's going on right now is that, like, I feel like if the Palestinians were smart and they actually planned this out, because like we saw it in it happen in Afghanistan, right? Like, these guys are not dumb. Like, they aren't just some fucking like ooga booga okay people. Like they aren't that fucking dumb. Like, they have plans too. Like, so like this could be like, okay, we know they're gonna retaliate. We fall back, and like who knows what happens next, right? But like they probably had this place fucking booby trapped and fucking everything the hell and back. Like, that's probably why you have to bomb anyway, because you have to get rid of some of the fucking traps. Like, it's gonna be so many fucking like IEDs and fucking shit everywhere, man. Because they know their land better than you know it a little bit. So I mean, they have the tunnel system. It's just insane. So
yeah, I mean, I spoke out my.
I'm not saying they're gonna like just like, oh, it's gonna be some fucking like massive upheaval when they win the whole war, but at the end of the day, like, tanks aren't really useful when it's like you're fighting somebody underground. Like, it's simply not.
Yeah. I mean, I spoke out on my channel and I said that they're having genocide committed against them, and for a British person to say it takes a lot more than an American. Yeah, because I could get a knock on my door like next week. They'd be saying to me that I'm committing hate speech or something. And fuck them. It's the truth. The truth is that if I was debating about it for 2 weeks, and I wanted to post something about this for 2 weeks, and I was shitting myself. And I've got a friend who lives. He's a really famous cage fighter, and he speaks out about it. And I think to myself, if this guy speaks out about it, and I think to myself, if this happens to me in England, no one's going to speak out about it for me. Yeah. And if the New World Order turns on the British people and they start doing to us what they do to Palestinians, who's going to talk out for us? Yeah, nobody. Because remember that saying, first they come for this person, then they come for that person, and then eventually, because you don't speak up, no one speaks up for you. So I was debating for like 2 weeks, and I thought, I'm just going to say it. They're having genocide committed against them. Yeah, this is genocide. They want to get rid of these people. They want to create this state where they control it. They've got rid of all these people they see as dehumanized, and then they can sit pretty with their American allies and just completely decimate these people while claiming they're the victims.
Yeah, and then like you have like that shit, and you have like obviously they aren't doing it alone because they have Hezbollah, I guess, has been doing some stuff in the northern area, and then there's Iran, so they might get involved. I mean, it's not over yet. This is like just now getting started. China's fucking moving its ships in. Like, what's this is getting insane now. Like, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Like, here we fucking go.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, can I say one more thing? I really don't want to interrupt, but
yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay, what's made me realise is it kind of, I'm very proud British man. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very proud to be British and shit. Although I've got a foreign girlfriend,
Would you fight for Britain?
Not now, no.
Okay, there you go. That's what I really want to hear. Like, would you actually fight for this cesspool?
No, I'm
would
proud
you really
of my,
fight for this shit?
I'm proud of my ethnicity, yeah. But I'll tell you something that I look back at British history and I look back at some of the things we did. When I look at this Israel thing and I see what they're doing to these Palestinians, and I've looked back at the British Empire and I thought to myself, oh, that's a great thing, and I've been a bit smug about it. But now I'm thinking to myself, that's what we were doing 200 years ago. Yeah, that's what we were doing. That's what we were doing.
Kings and queens were doing it, not you. Not you.
I know, but that's what my ancestors were Scottish Highlanders and Irish, so I can play that game. But the fact of the matter is, the British Empire they massacred people around the world, and I look at what we did, and I think to myself, that what we did was terrible, and what's going on now is even worse, in my opinion. And I renounce what the British did, but I tell you what, the people in Israel, the actual clear-thinking people in Israel, if they don't rise up against their own government and tell their own government they've got to stop this shit against these people, then you've got to question. You've got to question the mentality of that country, because it's there's a level of inhumanity that you can go to, and it's like, do you know what they did? They bombed the third oldest church in the world. Yeah. The third oldest church in the world is in the West Bank. Oh, I think it's in Gaza. I don't know where it is, but the IDF, they bombed that, and they said it was a headquarters for their enemies. That's nothing to do with that. That's just being plain right malicious, spiteful. Yeah, ruining a very ancient architecture because they're jealous, because they don't like anything being above them. They've got to be these top dogs, and that kind of mentality, I just can't understand it. I just can't understand it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's really messed up. If they did that, they bombed the third oldest religious institution. That's wow. That's terrible. That's no excuse.
Yeah, and then once again they use their little fucking narrative book I showed earlier today, where it's like, oh yeah, well we didn't do it, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well we fucking did do it, but we did it for a good reason, and then it's like some other type of bullshit. Same story every fucking time. It's like, come on, man, like the same story every fucking time from Israel. Every time they do some atrocity, it's like, well, whatever, it was us, but we didn't really do it, but we did do it, and then we didn't do it. Okay, whatever, like.
I will tell
fucking
you
much, man.
And they tried to turn us against the Palestinian people by that ludicrous story about 40 babies. Yeah. And it was like they actually admitted afterwards that this was just a propaganda story, an atrocity propaganda to try and turn the world population against the Palestinians so they could justify their actions against these people. And the same thing happened in the First World War. There was an institution called the Tavistock Institute in Britain, and it was one of the first examples of mastering the art of social engineering. And they pumped out propaganda that the Germans were bayoneting babies in the First World War, and this was a way of mobilizing the British to make the Germans out to be this monster. And I'm talking about the First World War, and this is a very, very carefully planned thing that they do. There's this goal to dehumanize the population through lies, so then the population no longer see these people as legitimate entities, and then it justifies their military campaigns. But luckily, because of the way that the social media is working now and things are being questioned, these atrocity propaganda methods are not working anymore, and this is working against them. But I really hope that we don't have a third world war. I mean, if we have a third world war mystery, I ain't gonna be talking to you in 3 months' time.
Yeah, we'll be fried, dog.
Mate,
We'll be fried like bacon, bro. Be over.
Well, what's the what is it that that you bothers you about having another world war, Jack? If I may ask.
The nukes, bro. You gonna just launch them all? We all be dead.
Chemical warfare too.
Chemical warfare. Fuck
yeah,
it,
I don't
dog.
want a third world war.
Have you seen what they're doing in fucking Ukraine, bro? It's just drone warfare everywhere, bro. You just like ants running around and getting just destroyed by little bombs and shit. It fucking is bad, bro. This is fucking like no honor in that shit, dude.
There's no honor.
Fucking honor in that.
I mean, you like knights, yeah? Mystery, yeah.
Yeah.
I like knights and that, yeah. And if it was like a legitimate sword fight, yeah,
I do it.
I'll do it. Like if they said
if they
said you've got to go to the Middle East and you've got to have a sword fight with like a bunch of
war. I mean, like generals have written about the brutality of war ever since, like, you know, for a long time now. But they've written about it particularly bad in our current century, where it's just like people just like get limbs blown off and this happening and all that. I mean, this happens. And I feel like back in the day, you just kind of died, right? I mean, you surf on the battlefield for a few hours. But my God, though, God damn, like just the bombs and shit. You're just walking around. You just go get obliterated one day. Don't even feel shit. It's like by vaporized and I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I've got family. I've got family up in the Scottish Highlands. About 300 of us, and you know, these are young people. These are people that have got their lives ahead of them. Even if, you know, I die, you know, I'm a 40-year-old man. Maybe my life doesn't mean much, but there's all these young people. And they've got all their dreams, all the things they could do in their life, all the different things they could potentially, you know, all these potentialities that they could actualize in their life, and for future generations too. And to wipe all that out with a nuclear weapon because of some dispute over in the Middle East, that is to me totally nonsensical. I don't want a third world war.
No,
Nobody does.
I don't think anyone's going to use a nuclear weapon. I welcome World War III. I do. I really do.
Why do you want World War III? For what?
It'd be fun. Life is boring.
It'd be fun.
And I mean, we keep talking about a reset. Well, here's the reset. World War III. I don't want nukes, though. Obviously, I don't want that. I don't think anyone's going to do that if we have World War III. I don't think.
You want a nice, calm World War III?
Yeah, without nukes. Like, yeah, guys, can we do World War III without the nukes, though? Can we do that?
That sounds too pussy, dude.
Mate, if it was swords, all right, I think Mystery agrees with me. If it was swords and it was medieval type weaponry where it was just soldiers killing soldiers on a battlefield using sort of like an MMA with swords, your gang be their gang, I wouldn't care about the ideology, because it would only be two enemy sides fighting each other based on hand-to-hand combat, and it wasn't going to put the whole world into negation. But technology's moved to the point now where you can't risk these big power plays between countries, because it just means the total wipeout of the whole population.
Isn't that what they want, though? Think about it. That's what they want. That's what they're doing in Ukraine, dog. It's just a slaughter fest, dude. Like fucking Bakhmut, like it was like a complete slaughter fest there. Yeah, sure, the Russians lost a lot, but they can kind of afford to lose a lot. The male population of Ukraine was already dying. They were just fucking wiping off the map. It's insane.
Yeah, they want to empty Ukraine so you can have this like greater empire.
Yeah, greater, you know, Khazaria or some shit, right? Khazaria, where they
I've heard that.
Jews rule there, and it's like, well, there you go. So, yeah, for the probably the Ashkenazi Jews come from, they had to go Slavs and
and they're sacrificing these poor Ukrainians for this.
Yeah, they are for the it's another Holocaust and burnt offering.
I mean, Putin wants that for himself, so there's a struggle going on between
the thing with the Putin's war is that they saw it coming off like a mile away. Like, Putin determined to attack in Ukraine, and it happened. It just really happened. Like, and nobody was really a surprise. You know, like it just happened. Everybody saw the news was going to happen. It's like, oh, here it comes. So I don't know, but the fact that they already had the intelligence kind of like says a lot about that one, but the other one was like, this shit here in Israel. I mean, people keep saying that Egypt had information. I don't know how true that is, but once again, everything that comes out of fucking Israel is a fucking lie. It has to be a lie. Fucking Jews always fucking lie, dude. They always lie. They always lie.
The thing is that I hope
That's why they're literally the best fucking lawyers of all time. They just lie. Like they have no problem lying. If you ever need a law taken care of, you just hire a fucking Jew. He'll lie. He'll use that silver tongue of his to weave his little lies around.
There was I hope I'll put in my little channel. I put the only thing I could say to my small audience, and hopefully that it spreads, is that this is the only hope really to prevent a world war, and that is that all these orders are coming down from the top. So you've got you've got these big players at the top, and they're telling the man beneath him, and then they're telling the man beneath him. Then you've got a whole mass of men walking towards a certain country with guns and tanks and armory, and they're holding territory and they're killing loads of people. And then there's a potential for nuclear war. It stops with the masses. If enough people just say, "I don't want to fight it. I'm not interested in this," and I use the words action by inaction. So you just literally you literally do not comply with orders. If that was done at a mass level, then there would be no chance of a world war. Now, I know people say a great reset, and we do need one in a certain way, but I don't think having a nuclear holocaust is a way to do it. It's going to completely destroy the infrastructure of the whole planet. It will put us back.
No, that obviously a nuclear war would be terrible. We don't want that.
No,
we do, man. I want a nuclear war, dude. Call it a day. This world needs to go. I'm sorry, it needs to go.
Don't worry.
This world needs to go. I'm sorry, it needs to go.
Look, I want war, but I don't want a nuclear war. But
I love it, dude. I relish in it. Fuck it, dude. Just bring it on. Just wipe me out off the map, bro.
The funny thing is that this culture has made us all so fucking miserable. Yeah, we've been stripped of our basic necessities.
Is this all there really is? I wake up into a hailstorm of bullshit. I wake up and I drive down the fucking street to go get my fucking slop at the fucking local fucking coffee shop or some shit, and then I ride the train or take a fucking long ass commute to fucking work, or maybe a short commute if I'm lucky, and then I show up at work. Or maybe I work from home. Ooh, the luxury of that, right? What do you want to call it? At some point, it wears off. You're just at home now, kind of slouching around like a fucking dump. You're fucking not really doing a lot of work. You're like, whatever, man. You're going to pay me anyway, right? Like, yeah, the old saying goes, I pretend to work, you pretend to pay me, right? So it's the whole little mantra always works, right? Like, whatever, dude. Fuck them. They're fucking me. I'm fucking them, right? So we're gonna work at least amount you fucking can. You're working a dead end fucking job. If even that, maybe you're working a middle manager job or some shit. You're there. Either way, you're doing all these jobs, and who would fucking know? At the end of the day, this is your fucking life, and you think this is all there is. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of people like that. They just think, "Fuck it, just nuke me." Yeah, and it's
I don't know. Like,
that's because of the media, though. The media sets a goal for everybody that's so high that's unattainable. I think that's what it is. It just plays with our minds. We expect more out of life than what is in black pill reality. I think that's what it is.
Well, I think maybe the reality of life though is that it didn't used to be this way. We got here from a certain direction. Like we drove ourselves here. Like we keep acting as if oh well, this is simply the natural course of things. It doesn't have to be the natural course of things, or it's simply just something we have to do people just degenerate like this all the time, or it simply doesn't matter? Do people just choosing the wrong direction, or are they being led astray? Possibly, who knows? I think in America, if you look at once again, people are being psyoped and everything else, the whole fucking life and shit by these MK Ultras are really real thing. They probably use the show all the time on the media and shit, dude. So all these things you see, media, everything you see around you is simply just a fucking effectively could be a little bit of a psyop, somewhat of a psyop to mind control you to some extent. Who knows?
Conspiracy theory.
Yeah, it's not.
No, the CIA admitted to that in the 60s.
Yeah, it's real.
The Nazis were the first to do the mind control. They took it. There was Nazi scientists in the MK Ultra program.
Yeah.
So,
the old Mengele. He went over to America with Operation Paperclip, and he taught the CIA a lot of the German propaganda techniques, but a lot of the German propaganda techniques were centered in a Frenchman called Gustave Le Bon, and Gustave Le Bon taught. They basically taught who how to propagate his message to the masses, and then that was taken on by by the propagandists in Germany, and then the German propagandists were then shipped over to America, and then the CIA perfected it with their own techniques coming from their own people, and then you got to the point where the population's being totally socially engineered. And the thing is that most people, there's a part of the population who will always be a victim of social engineering, no matter who's in power. They're just very responsive to authority. I'm not quite sure of the quantity of these people, but it's very, very high. I noticed it when in London. It cost you 12. They've implemented this new plan called ULEZ, and you've got to pay £12 because of climate change every time you drive into London now. So you can imagine aggregate terms over a month for working class guys is stripped bare of his income. And I went on Twitter, and there was all these fucking idiots, and they were supporting ULEZ because it was authority telling them that this was a good thing, and it could be anything. And the population, the people that run the world, these kind of whatever you want to call them, globalists, whatever, they understand that they don't have to get people like you and I, and people like us, that they don't. People have got a free brain. They don't. We're just weirdos. We're nutters. But the people that they really want to get is that mass man, and they mobilise these people to get them in line for whatever agenda or policy they want to implement. And I mean, there's people at the moment. I was talking to this dude at a bus stop 2 days ago, and he was talking to me about Israel, and he said that Israel should just wipe the Palestinians off the map. This is exactly what this guy said to me. Yeah,
Wow.
And it was because he'd spent the last week consuming mainstream media propaganda. Yeah. And this kind of mentality, the real dangerous people on this planet are not the people ruling. It's the people who believe the shit what these people are telling them.
Sure. Exactly.
Yeah. They're the danger. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah. I mean, these are the people, and it's, unfortunately, these people are always going to be there. And, that kind of sheeple mentality is very dangerous because this is how atrocities take place. It's that they propagate populations, that section of the population responsible to authority. They ramp them up, they give them a few memes, and then they send them over to somebody else and they get them to gun them down. And this is where you get mass murders, atrocities, and all these types of things. And we're at the moment facing a critical point in human history. I know people are saying that third world will be a good thing, but the thing is, if we're wiped off this planet, like the whole of mankind, because you're looking at a nuclear war, that is probably going to take place. You're looking at literally global wipe. Mankind's gone. Yeah.
Thank God.
No,
we were an objective failure.
No, but thing is, mystery.
We fucked up so bad, bro. Look at the planet, bro. Look at us now.
Mate. The only technology's got to the point where we like a good fight as men. Yeah. All right. I mean, I'd love to go back to 1066 with a bunch of Saxons and fight the Normans in 1066 with a sword. Yeah, we instinctively as men want to fight. Yeah, that's what men want to do. They want to fuck and fight. Yeah, that's a man. Yeah, it's nothing to do with being a bad guy. That's just being a man.
Yeah, I'll hear you.
But the thing is, the technology has got to the point where that instinct is now becoming very, very dangerous, and the fact is that there is so many bad things on this planet, and I admit it. There's a lot of bad things. There's feminism. There's all this mind control going on. There's pornography. There's all these drugs that are being pumped in by the CIA into every single country, making people depressed and making people addicted and making people just sink right to the bottom. But if you take all that away and you actually see that these globalist scumbags who are doing this to us are actually making our lives hell, and you can see the other side of it, there is actually a decent type of life that can be on offer if there is a systematic change. And I think this is what's going on. I think mankind, I don't want to sound utopian, but we've got to decide whether we're going to fight a third world war and wipe each other out, or there is a decision made collectively on a global basis, really, that we're not going to fight this war and we're going to try to sort this planet out. And we haven't got a choice now. It's either like extinction or actually start to use our brains and start to actually do things properly. Yeah.
But we don't make those calls. The regular people don't. It's the people in
Yeah.
power. They're going to decide that.
Yeah, we can all hope and cope that they make the right decisions, but the reality is that this is probably stuff that's like long time in the making, where like they've thought
Yeah.
about this just for years and years ago. Like this is what we want to do in the future. So everything's on a fucking script. They once again they run the government, they run everything. So like they have everything on a script. They have everything where they want it. At the end of the day, if they want a war, they get a war. But
Exactly.
I think that this one here, maybe they didn't expect as much. But at the end of the day, if they want a war, they'll get a war in some way, shape, or form. So and
Yeah.
it's a
This,
huge fucking cartel.
I don't think this run to script. I think I don't. There's an argument of Alfred Pike. Alfred Pike. Remember him? You've read these conspiracy books at your mystery.
The Mason.
Yeah, the Mason. Yeah, and he was saying
Yeah.
the First World War, Second World War, then there's a Third World War. I don't think that this was scripted. I think this took Israel by surprise.
Yeah, I think it did too. People are kind of quote unquote saying, "Oh, they had information before." I don't think that's true.
No,
like, you can't trust shit coming out of fucking Israel. You can't trust anything they say.
Yeah. And it's taken them by surprise, and I think their reaction has been based on the fact that they haven't had time to plan what to do in this event, and this is why you're seeing these extreme actions taking place. But it was always going to come to this, Iran and Syria, all these countries, they're always going to have a war with Israel in the end. And the basis of what's going on now is that this big shock that's taking place, it's, in my opinion, we're probably going. I reckon we're a 50. Johnny Heretic did a video on it the other day, and he believes what Ray Dalio says is probably true, and that is that we're 50-50 at the moment. There's a 50% chance that we're going to have a nuclear war. I mean, how fucking serious is that? I mean, it ain't the Second World War where there's just going to be loads of battles and mass culling of the population. This is global extinction, and I really hope
it is.
And I really hope that there can be some world leaders who can actually take a step back and realize
they all suck. Okay, all these world leaders, they're not even like, where are their spines at? Most of them don't even have like any real spine anymore. They just do what they're told. They follow a fucking script. I hate to call it a script, but it's kind of what it is. Follow a script. This is what you're allowed to do. This is what you're not allowed to say. Right? This is what you're supposed to say. Do it. If you don't do it, we'll take away your money, your currency, or some shit. Who fucking knows?
Exactly. Who really runs the show? It's the people who control the money supply, because all these other countries where our enemies, they're still tied to the money supply. The dollar is still the American reserve currency, even for these other countries.
It's true.
And for them to develop weaponry like nuclear weapons, they need access to finance. So I just think there's other players behind the scenes that you're never going to hear about on the media that really run the show. I mean, None Dare Call Conspiracy is a great book to read that shows how the bankers, he calls them the bankers, this was written in the 60s, how they really control the world. They really set up these wars, and the technology is shared even with our enemies. That's why US and Russia during the space race, we had the exact same technology at the exact same time, even though we were the ones inventing all the technology. It doesn't make any sense. It's just, it makes sense that we share the technology with our enemies, that it's all a stage created by the bankers to set up enemies against each other.
Yeah.
So did anyone? Did you guys, Mystery? Did you get in? Did you already address the thing about women being sent to war? Did you talk about that last week?
No, I haven't, but I've seen some stuff about it, right? Like I've seen some videos and shit, or just dumb shit. And it's like, well, what do you expect to happen? It's what's it called? The IDF also has women in the military as well. Like these are not efficient. This is like the whole world's just running on fucking like bullshit. Like where it's like women are just as competent as men are in the military, and as if a cohesive like my fucking dad talked about this when I was young. He said that like a military that are mixed don't have cohesive units at all. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's simply just the reality. So like, and they've known this for years, and then like they keep acting as if, well, we can just give women combat roles with men, and then it'll all work out. How life works.
Yeah. There was a word is going around that I don't know. I have to look into it, but the word is they're thinking about when creating a draft or a requirement for like if there's another draft, like they're saying they might require women to be included in the draft. They start drafting again. Either that and there, I think there's talk that women in America may also have to sign up for selective service when they turn 18. If that happens and that bill gets passed, I'm all for it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, but then once again, you're just playing into their agenda anyway. It's a depopulation agenda anyway. They'll send you all to war to die. It's a blood sacrifice.
Hey, look, I'm like Jack Tisley. I'm not going to war.
Yeah, I'm just saying I wouldn't go either. I'm just saying, but at the end of the day, this is a way to like they're doing that sacrifice you all to some fucking demon shit. It's true. That's what they're trying to do. You think I'm fucking lying, but like you think I'm lying, but like once again, read the fucking Talmud. Like read what these fucking people believe.
Yeah. I mean,
you can see the narrative right in front of your eyes if you just look at it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you fight a war, generally speaking, it's down to, if you really are passionate about it, it's down to something that you really believe in that's personal, and it's something that has a justifiable cause. It's something where it matters to you personally, your family, your country, all them types of things, and the effects are going to be felt within your own territory through your lifetime and for future generations. We've got no reason to have enemies in the Middle East whatsoever. You know, no Palestinians ever told me that I've got to use my personality. My personality stinks, and that's why I've got such problems with women in the West. You know what I'm saying? It's what Palestinians just a dude who lives in the Middle East. I mean, I don't dislike them. I don't like them. I've got nothing to do with them. You know?
Yeah, and then this is the real sin of like a fucking kike war, right? Where it's like you have these motherfuckers who they'll fucking just we're gonna make some bullshit up and you're gonna go to war. It's like a script. You go to war and have your little heroes and we'll kill them off. Yada yada. Put them on the front lines and kill them off. And this is sad. This is bullshit wars. Wars waged for money and conquest to increase the stock price of the fucking stocks. You get to ride the stock market all day long and make money inside deals and shady inside deals and shit. It's sad. I don't know. This is bullshit, man.
Yeah, I'm fighting. I'm going to go and fight for Britain so I can have my night in with Mia Khalifa. You know what I mean?
I mean, what are you fighting for? Like, you have no family. I mean, you might have some parents left over, but other than that, you have no real family, right? You have no real you have a few friends maybe every once in a while, but other than that, you don't have any friends. Like, your society's kind of just like this bland hellscape of consumerist bullshit, and you're walking into a hailstorm of bullshit and propaganda every day of your life, and you're just trying to fucking make it every day, right? That's all you're really trying to do, and I get it. But at the same time, like, I don't know, we aspire for more than this, or are we simply just waiting for the end?
Well, the thing is, I mean, if Ed Dutton's right and there is a nuclear war, we're not going to be talking in 6 months' time because we're all going to be dead. And that would have been a collective decision by the population that they're going to go along with the propaganda. And then it's not right or wrong. That's just the results of actions that have happened before. And the truth is, this is what's happened. So this is just what it is. It isn't right or wrong. It's just what happened due to physics, really. And I do think that there is something. I don't want to sound too idealistic, but I do think that there is something worth salvaging from what you could classify as civilization. And I do think that you can look back to the past and you can see that things were better then. Mm-hmm. So it's obvious that there's been a fork in the road, and civilizations traveled down a different trajectory, and we've reached this point where life isn't really worth living for many people. So I do think there needs to be some form of worldwide cultural reset. I just don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't know the message that you could give to people. I don't know. The idea, I read a book one time by a guy called John Gray, and it was called Black Mass, and it was about utopian movements that had developed. They've existed all throughout history, particularly during times of stress. People tend to get these utopian ideas, but the idea is that all needs are found to be met, and they're found to be harmonious. And this never happens because you can meet the needs of one type of individual, and then the other type of individual wants to go to war over it because they feel like they've been wronged. So the idea of having some sort of universal set system of ethics and worldview, which everyone could buy into, it probably is not possible because people are so different across different types of groups and strategies and territories, worldviews, classes, IQ, that kind of thing. But the problem is that if it isn't reached at this point, and there isn't some sort of change in how people think, particularly how they respond to power, then I don't think that we're going to be having this conversation in a year's time. I think Ed Dutton's right. We're moving towards World War III. And I think people have got to ask themselves the question, not just for them. I mean, who gives a fuck about me? Who gives a fuck about, some other dudes my age who, have wasted their lives? Who cares? But for the younger generations, for people that have got a future, for people that potentially could have great lives, are these people worth fighting for in a way so they don't actually have to experience this worldwide nuclear holocaust? And I think if people could ask themselves that question and come to some logical conclusions about what to say to people, where you can move, what direction go in rather than a third world war, then obviously that would be a good thing. But I don't know what the solutions are. I don't know what to say. Yeah, I don't know what the solutions are. I don't know what to say. I don't know what the alternative to the third world war is. Do you know, Mystery?
I'm sorry about what the outcome of the Third World War will be.
I don't know the alternative. I don't know the alternative to World War III. Yeah.
I would say, obviously, we're seeing a lot of biblical prophecy being fulfilled.
I agree with
if you're paying
history on that.
If you're paying attention at all, you should be like, "Whoa, we are." Yeah, this is weird. Like maybe you should probably be getting your shit together. I don't tell you.
Well, the Antichrist is supposed to come bring peace to Israel and the Middle East and his enemies, and there's going to be peace for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's according to the Bible, but it seems like it's playing out right now.
Yeah, the Euphrates River dried up a while ago. They have the 5 or 5 red heifers or some shit like that, and they trying to build the third temple. So yeah, we're
I've heard this. The third temple in Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the place where they can have their this is because they got the first one got taken.
They want to do their human sacrifices there. Yeah.
Oh my god! No, the first one got taken.
That's a real thing. That does happen.
Yeah. The Romans busted the second. Cyrus the Great busted the first one, and then the Romans busted the second one, and then they want to build this third one, and this becomes the seat of this sort of international New World Order power. They've got like 1,200 slaves or something each, or something like that. Yeah, some sick shit. I've heard this myself. Yeah, I mean, if this is all going through biblical narratives, then this is very worrying. But there's actually another narrative that transcends this. Have you heard of Kalki?
Yeah, I've never heard of Kalki. Yeah, I heard him before.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to a mate, and if we're moving towards the end times, this is what Chris Langan, the high IQ guy. You heard of him?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he says that we're moving towards the end times, and fuck it. I'm gonna show my power level here. Yeah.
Show it, buddy. Tell me how you really feel.
If we're gonna if we're at the end times, who cares? You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, say it.
You know what I mean? I mean, cuck and they can arrest me for whatever. Fuck them, There's a book. There's a book, and there's a writer. There's a writer who talks about this, and what the idea is that we're moving towards the end of a civilizational cycle, and in Hindu mythology,
Kalki showed up. The great Chastizer showed up.
Yeah,
and,
and this guy turns up, and he's
the final incarnation of Vishnu, right?
Yeah. He's like the ultimate Giga Chad, and he turns up, and just as the forces of darkness are about to envelop the world with this global order where we're run by Satan himself. And there's this like dark age is about to emerge, and all of mankind is put into this. Yeah,
the Kali Yuga, right? The Kali Yuga, man.
Yeah, and then the Giga Chad turns up, Kalki, and as the words of this guy called Domination. You ever got a Domination, the YouTube station? Domination. No, he's a really good guy. He's like he's a dude that's in all this sort of Vedic traditions.
Yeah.
And he says, out opens the gates of Shambhala, and Kalki comes out with a whole army behind him.
Yeah. Yeah, what
So
happened?
Giga Chad is going to rule over us? It's
Yeah, I
going to be our
guess
new
so.
ruler, Giga Chad? Oh, it's really over then. Gee.
No, he's on our side. Galki's on
Yeah,
our
he's
side.
on your side, though. He's on your
So
side.
Giga
Yeah,
Chad's coming to save me. Oh, great.
No, the gates of Shambhala open. Yeah, and then Kalki comes. Yeah, and then when Kalki emerges, he basically just everyone just follows him. Realizes, look, we're all going to die. We might as well get behind Kalki. He's like an incarnation.
Yeah,
of
have you guys heard about the videos about the horns blowing?
No.
The horns blowing off in the wilderness, like randomly out of nowhere, like they come from nowhere.
No.
Yeah, they fucking blew the horn, bro. That fucking shit's been heard all like over the goddamn planet, dude. People here, I'm hearing fucking like roars and shit out of nowhere, like shit that doesn't even sound real. Like people hearing shit under the ocean with like underground underwater microphones that don't sound like any animal we've ever even heard of before. Like crazy shit like that. Like, it's just going on crazy, man. It's just going insane. You can watch it on this channel called the Y-Files. It's pretty good. He's a pretty good guy. Y-Files. It's like his second to last video or something like that, or his last video, or his other last video from like 2 weeks ago. So,
Misty, did you always know that I was red pilled?
I always knew, man. I can always tell a good Brit from a cuck Brit. You can always tell. Like, okay, this dude's got an affect in his voice. Okay, something's going on. Sometimes, yeah, dude, you just sound like a real like just meathead kind of dude. I'm like, okay, I can understand meathead, dude. Thank God. Like, you're just a really smart meathead, dude. Like,
well, I let a bit out today. I said it today. You know, Israel's committed genocide against the Palestinians, and for a British guy underneath this tyrannical,
I don't know how you guys do it, man. Like the British have this like stance of like stoic indifference, I guess. I don't know what to even call it. It's just this really weird like you just like you take everything in stride and keep calm and like okay, like goddamn, like just like a lot. You gotta put up a lot of bullshit from your shitty ass government, dude.
I know, but the thing is, you've got to start speaking out now, because if you don't, it's getting to the point now where, as you're saying, we're in the end times, and I actually believe we are. It's very, very sad to admit it, but from what we're saying, we're either going to move into two different pathways. One, it's a world war, and they're all gone. Secondly, we've got this thing with a third temple, and it's like a new world order. And we've got these satanic bastards roaring over us for fucking generations, yeah. And that would be a really bad thing on the average man.
Well, it depends. Like, it depends on if you It's not so much a matter of belief, but simply a matter of like, if you believe the legend of like, will this guy show up and save us? Well, you should believe it. Like,
yeah. Or there's some sort of Kalkian figure, the third incarnation of Vishnu, and then there's some sort of global shift. And then what Kalki does is he imposes natural order on the world. Yeah, that's the central rule of Kalki. He imposes natural order, and the idea of natural order is that thing. All the confusions that have happened in the past, like the idea of like there's 72 genders. He turn around and say, look, there's 2 genders. Yeah, and then it will say that these ideas of a people like. There's all these different confusions about religion. He's like, all right, there is a mandate, there is a law which comes from the Godhead, and the idea is then that the world is structured in a way where there's order put back into the world. Yeah, that's what Kalki does. He destroys the past and he puts order back into the world, and then there are several different processes that take place. What I don't understand, but it's a lot better after this event than afterwards, but it's never perfect. The golden age is never perfect, but this guy said that you're going to start noticing the new world order breaking down in the late 2023. This guy said it 5 years ago. Yeah, Domination. He said it 5 years ago. He said,
yeah. I honestly, I've seen stuff like that before in the past, where it's like you're going to start seeing things change in the world, and it's like, well, it came true. Like, this is simply just a fact of reality, where it's like we are in this weird times, and you can either accept it or not. It is what it is.
Yeah. And it's like, he said, like the end of 2023, you're going to start noticing the new world order losing power. And then, nature a bore as a vacuum, and there's going to be a systematic change, and New World Order is actually going to start losing power, and then a vacuum's going to appear, and there's going to be a systematic change.
I think there's going to be a massive. I mean, there's a war of come on, the wars was talked about in the Bible. You know, like Jesus will come with a sword in his hand. Like it's not like that's just some fucking like we just the world ends, and if it is that bad, like where it's like literally a God on earth fucking destroying the whole world, what the fuck that's gonna look like? Like fucking
it's gonna end for all of us eventually because
like
lives forever. And who can save us anyway? What's this great God or being that can save us? You can't be saved in this world. You're gonna get sick. You're gonna die no matter what happens.
Well, who knows? But they talk about this golden age. What is this golden age?
I haven't got a clue.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever lived through a golden age? Like the last American golden age probably ended back in the '90s, and that's kind of the last vestiges of it. You had a little bit of a not golden age, but like maybe a silver age in the early 2000s, where it's like, okay, it wasn't that bad. And then the bronze age hit, and now you're in the age of iron, where it's like, these cycles. I don't think they're as long as people thought they were. So.
Mystery. I've got the golden age. Kalki comes back. He leads us out of this Third World War, and he creates a global perpetual 1980s. Yes.
Yeah, something like that.
I was live in the 80s. Yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah. Like the music's as good as the 1980s for perpetuity. The relation between the genders is about 1980s level. Even things like race relations were better in the 1980s, weren't they? It wasn't too extreme. You didn't have this. It wasn't too extreme to the left. It wasn't too extreme to the right. It was like right in the center, and that kind of thing. So the 1980s ethic, that's what Kalki does. He's basically a 1980s fanatic, and he destroys this enveloping New World Order, and then brings the global planet into a golden age of perpetual 1980s for 1,000 years. I'd settle for that, wouldn't you, Mystery?
Yeah, sounds like a good deal to me. You live in a golden age for 1,000 years. Fuck, all you gotta do is fucking fight some fucking dumb fuck war. Who knows? Like, I don't know.
The 80s were a very good time. Inflation wasn't crazy. The jobs were there, and that generation didn't have to go through any draft or any world wars like all the previous generations. So yeah, the 80s was definitely the best time. 80s and 90s were probably the best in America, at least, for sure.
Yeah.
Like if you look at like everything feels so sterile and just dead, like into the age, right? Like everything's so dead. There's no sense of I don't even know what to even call it. There's no sense of spirit or soul in anything, right? Like everything's so corporate and just boring. Especially anything that's like mainstream is just corporate and boring. Very corporate, very scripted, always very safe. Nothing's out of the ordinary, out of the box. You might get a handful of things here or there, but it's really just an offshoot of like something else. And it's never really anything original. This is sad.
Well, that's one good thing about these platforms, what the internet has brought out. That's a positive for today's day and age, is we have platforms like this where we can express that and talk about it, get it out there.
Yeah. It's I'm hoping that in the next couple of months, if this carries on, I'm not going to pretend that I have like a massive amount of empathy for Palestinians, because it's not true. Yeah, I don't have empathy for freaking people that I know that are going through problems. It's very difficult to be able to put yourself in another person's position. I know abstractly that they're going through a terrible time, and that's enough for me to say what's going on against them is wrong. Yeah. But I'm hoping that if this can bring in some type of systematic change on a global level, if there's going to be a breakdown in New World Order, I'm hoping that one thing that could start to occur, as this New World Order starts to break down in late 2023, I'm hoping that people could start talking honestly about issues with freedom of speech, with an accurate dialectic. Adults can discuss issues in an adult way, and there can actually be freedom of speech can re-emerge as a principal value of being alive as a man. I mean, I've spent the last 15 years being told that I'm not allowed to say certain things. I'm not allowed to think certain things. I'm not allowed to read certain things. I've basically got to pretend that what I'm seeing isn't happening. Yeah. And it's driving me nuts, Mystery. It's driving me crazy. Yeah, because I want to be able to say what I think, what I see. And I'm hoping that this New World Order thought control could just be fucking destroyed, you know? And I've learned some things from this oppressive regime I've been living under. And I've learned that it's not a good thing to oppress people. I mean, you're probably going to think I'm lying. We are oppressed in Britain. Yeah? We're an oppressed people. And I would love for freedom of speech just to emerge, so you can just speak honestly about things that are going on, and you ain't going to be thrown in prison. You know, is that too much to ask? You know,
It shouldn't be, but it is nowadays. I just saw some data here. My God, like the U.S. fucking debt has skyrocketed since September 1st. It's like now at like $33.657 trillion. What the fuck, dude? Unbelievable. Just skyrocketed, man. This is going crazy. Like it hit the 33 trillion. And keep in mind, this isn't even really like the whole national debt. This is just like the what they borrow from the Fed, not from the Fed, really. In reality, from the Fed, they still owe like 197 some odd $trillion in like unfunded liabilities. Like what even is that? Like, oh, here's an unfunded liability on our balance sheet. What the fuck is that? Are you serious? Unfunded liability? You don't count it as like a loss, or what do you call that? Like, what is that? It's insane. That's an insane amount of money. I don't know. This dumb shit.
1913 when they took over Manhattan, wasn't it? You know.
Yeah, it was the creature from Jekyll Island, right?
Yeah, I read that book. Yeah.
Jimmy, start paying off the national debt, Jimmy. I need my check. Jimmy, I'm a pensioner. All I do is sit on my ass, go play bingo, and just wait to fucking die.
I know, it's like...
I don't have any grandkids. My kid's gay or some shit. I don't know. But yeah.
I mean,
I need my check.
You've got to see the weakness of the men during 1913 when they allowed that to take place. You know, it's as you say, there's not many men left with a spine. If the president at the time, Woodrow Wilson, had any type of malice about him at all, he would have blocked that straight away, because he even said it himself. He said, I've put the American people now into a perpetual state of slavery to the financial institutions. He even knew that he'd done it, but he didn't have the ability as a man to just say, look, fuck off. You're not having your bank here. And that's it, yeah? And there was one man who did have the balls, and he's hated by the historians, by the media, and he's and by anybody that actually gives an official narrative on that man. You know that motherfucker was Mystery?
Is it AH?
It was Andrew Jackson. The guy was a don. Yeah? Andrew Jackson.
Yeah, that's the other guy too as well. Yeah, he was good.
That guy
he killed the bank. But what the fuck? All right, he killed the bank. He fucked over a few Indians, but he killed the bank. Good job, man. You did your fucking job. You're a hero. And all of a sudden, a few years later, here comes the bank. It's like, well, here we go again. Like, it never goes away. Well, why can't we just stop doing the money changing and shit, the currency shit? I don't know. Gold and silver works. I don't know why we ever deviate from it, but
yeah. Perhaps Kalki will introduce a gold system.
Yeah, probably would.
You know, or we could,
like that.
Yeah, well, yeah, that'd be a good idea. I mean, as I say, the idea of a golden age, you know, all that type of thing. I'm not smart enough to be able to.
Yeah, nobody can really. Can you even fathom what that would even look like in reality? Like, and would you even be in the best part of the golden age? Right? Like, would you obviously there'd probably be certain strata even within the golden age, but everyone will still live a better life than what they're living down here, whatever the fuck this is.
So you got a dude, right, in 2023, and he's like a totally individualistic guy. Like, say he's a dude, he's like from America, and say he's like half Mexican, he's a quarter black, and he's a quarter white. Yeah, so just like, you know, he's in Philippines, and he's made himself a whole bag of money, and he's got 2 pensions. He's got one from the army, and he's got one from being a civil servant. You know, he's played the system. Now he's got 2 pensions, and he's in the Philippines, and he's 53 years old. He's got a 23-year-old girlfriend. Yeah, and he's got a little house in Manila. and he basically has like he lives for himself, and he doesn't give a fuck about anything. Like he doesn't even read the news, like so he doesn't even know there's a war in Israel going on at the moment. That kind of guy is living the golden age at this time. There's men around the world who live in that reality. There's men in the world now who have got that type of life, and they enjoy themselves. So they every day is better than the last. So people do reach that level of personal satisfaction, personal fulfillment, personal. Their life's on track.
Can I comment on that, Jack? Can I comment on that specifically? Because there's a video of a guy who came from England actually with 400K. It's on YouTube. You can see it. The guy, a homeless guy in the Philippines. What happened was he wasn't black pilled, of course. Got taken by a Filipino woman for all his money. Now he's on the streets of Manila. I think it's the Manila. Homeless. He's from England. He came there with 400K. Went broke because he got taken by this woman. Yeah, you can see it on YouTube. I'll post a link. I'll try and find it. I'll post a link. So if you go into a situation without understanding the black pill and understanding female nature, it doesn't matter how much money you have. You're not going to live a happy life. You're going to get taken advantage of.
Yeah.
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 But I'll post a link. I'll find it. I'll post a link to that.
Why don't you just go back to England?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Why doesn't this English guy just go back to England?
He's completely broke now, and he can't. I don't think he has a dime. He's on the streets as a homeless person now. He explains why he couldn't go back, because even if he went back, he has no money. He's just in a very dire situation right now. But I'll post a link to the video because there's other parts of the video too where maybe he explains more. I just saw part one, but he tells his whole life story there. But it's pretty eye opening for sure.
People set up a GoFundMe page for him and just get him back to England. You know?
Yeah, yeah. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I'd give some money to him.
Sure. But these guys, they go in very naive, you know. And then when he was actually in the video, he says when he went flat broke, he was begging the lady to help him out, the girl that he thought it was his wife or his woman, and they just told him to go F off, you know, basically. So. Yeah,
and it's kind of fortunate in some ways. I mean, my girlfriend's pretty cool, you know, and I'm quite lucky that way. But I've heard a lot of stories about guys who have literally been taken in by some pretty bad people, and it's awful when men don't understand that the black pill is real and there is such a thing as female nature, that kind of thing. Mystery, can I ask you a question, please, mate?
What's that, man?
All right. And I want to ask you an honest question, yeah? All right, and give me as honest answer as you possibly can.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Do you think we're heading towards a nuclear war?
Oh boy. Yeah, probably.
Oh shit, man. And the second question is, if that's the truth, this is a bit of a question, maybe a question that's you don't have to answer it. It's a very, very loaded question. Do you think if we've got a nuclear war, this is it? Like this material resistance is it, and we're all going to die?
I don't think so. I think I actually don't think so. No,
I don't either.
It's not completely over. No.
Nah. Yeah, and the thing is, so essentially, it probably is the right time now to get yourself right with whatever there is, whatever the control in this universe is. You've got to work out, you know, exactly what you've got to say to that entity to make sure you're on the right side after you get taken out by this nuclear holocaust, haven't you? At least you've got to put yourself in Pascal's wager type of situation and say the right things to make sure that you join the good side rather than the bad side after you die. So how the hell do you do that? You know, do you become a Catholic? Do you become a Buddhist? Do you become?
I think the reality is that, you know, Christ. Yeah, sure. He talked about, you know, you can go being in a community or a fellowship, right? But the reality is that I think it's all about in general how you sort of like lived your life a little bit, right? Like,
yeah,
you know, it's not. You know, we all go through trying times when it comes to our faith. I think everybody prays to something, whether they know it or not, and you know, maybe that thing becomes your god or becomes what we want to call it. But yeah, everybody prays to something somewhere, and I don't know. Yeah, I just find it odd that people like they'll see all these images about like the elites being in these, pedophile fucking, these pedophile fucking kike fucking, ritual sacrifice fucking cults and shit. They see this shit and then they don't believe it. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, who spends all this time on these places doing the stuff just for fun? Like, come on, bro. Like, come on.
Yeah. I believe in that. I believe that there is like child killing rituals going on in various places in the world, and I believe these people. I watched a video about this, and the guy said that the reason why these fucking evil bastards do it, it's because it's terrible to say this, but I can't even really say it. It's such a traumatic thing to hear. These evil satanic bastards that do this to these poor children, these motherfuckers, I mean, I'd love to just beat the fucking jaw off them, and they do it because these poor kids are closest to the Godhead, and they know that by doing terrible things to these poor children, that it hurts the Godhead, because these are the closest to the Godhead, and to have that type of mentality, to be that fucking sick in the head that you can do
some truth there. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. But...
I mean, fuck these people, man. Fuck them. And I really hope that if there is an afterlife, I really, really hope that these motherfuckers get what they deserve. I mean, Chris Langan, he said that there's people walking this planet now who are worse than the devil. Yeah. And, there's actually people on this planet who are alive on planet Earth right now who are too bad for Satan. I mean, that's going into demonology and that kind of thing, which I've looked into. And when you've got people walking around that are too bad for Satan himself, then, these people know that when they die, they're fucked. They're not going to integrate with what Chris Langan talked about as the celestial mapping. They don't get a mapping straight to the source, and when you for that reason, they're completely excluded from that modality, and they're left with the demon world. And once they're there, then they can't get out of it, because they've negated their sense of ethics within this life, and that means that they're going to be in a perpetual state of existence where they are living in literal hell. So this is why these motherfuckers do all this thing with all this like drinking baby's blood, because they want to extend their life for as long as possible, because they know when they go, that's it, they're gone. Yeah, and the thing is, like, if you fuck with children, I mean, there's many things you can do. You can rob a bank here. As far as I'm concerned, the guy robs a bank. I worship these people. I think they're good. Yeah, like Jesse James, all them types of people. I respect them. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like the old cowboys in the Midwest going from bank to bank. That's not bad. That's just having a bit of fun, isn't it? You know what I mean? Yeah. But if you fuck with children in this life, if you ever fuck with children, you don't deserve. You can get away with it. You can be sitting down with the president of America, and you can be the great man and all that, and you can feel like you're really powerful. You're sitting there with all these bankers like the Rothschilds, and they're like, oh yeah, it's great. I'm the powerful man here. Yeah. But the very fact of the matter is that there's a consequence for your actions, and I believe there is a consequence in the afterlife. These people are heading straight to fucking hell. Yeah. And if it's true that we've got a third world war on the periphery, then I think it's important for people to ask the question: what do I do right now to make sure that I don't join these motherfuckers? Yeah, what do I do right now? What do I say? What have I done on this earth right now? What have I done that is totally bad? That is, and can I renounce this? These types of things, because if we're moving towards a nuclear holocaust, these are questions you've got to answer, because you don't want to be joining the fucking all these banking people. You're stuck with them, If Chris Langan's what he's saying is right, you've got to get yourself right before this happens. Then, how do you do that, Mystery? I don't know. I renounce some of the things I did wrong. I renounce all the things I've done wrong.
What does it really mean to repent? Right? It means not to do it again, or at least try not to do it again, right? Like if you sin again, you repent, and then and then sure, you might slip up, a year and a half later, but that's not too bad, right? At least you're improving.
We're kind of born into sin, don't you think?
In a way, yeah, you are born into sin.
think it's real evil. Real hardcore evil. Like I'll use the term candy corn. I was reading an article about that, and it's estimated to be a $3 billion a year business. So there's far more consumers of this stuff than what we realize. It's really widespread. There's a lot of evil out there. Like, I don't think pay for play would be considered evil personally. Yeah, it might be a sin, but it's not evil.
So crazy.
Hey, Mystery, I just wanted to comment on that Wheat Waffles video that he got banned from the college. I finally got to see it.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Hey, you're kind of far away from the mic.
Oh, is it better now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I was just thinking, like Wheat Waffles to me, I view him as just an average looking guy, I wouldn't say he's sub 5 or anything like that. But for him to get banned from a college campus for what they consider harassment, can you imagine what a sub 5 guy, what the reaction would be for him? I mean, that's a brutal black pill right there. And that's something I've been preaching all along, that without attraction, that's harassment approaching women. And I'm glad that video came out. It shows how bad it is out here.
It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't rate him sub 5, but they were offended by him approaching them. And I don't think he was being rude or offensive. Probably being polite.
Well, did he get kicked off a campus?
Yeah, he got banned from a campus. He got for harassment, just for going up to women, and he was just trying to interview them or whatever he was trying to do for his channel.
Yeah, assuming you believe that's all he's doing, though. You know how dudes are. They'll fucking use any avenue to get women.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't think he didn't try to at least approach any of these women, you're actually approached them for real. I don't know. Me.
Okay, that's possible too, but I wouldn't rate him a sub 5 guy.
Yeah, he's the most average, average dude I've ever seen my whole life. I find it wrong. He's the most average dude I've ever seen my whole fucking life. He's so fucking average. It's scary.
Average isn't good enough anymore. It's still.
Oh yeah, it really isn't. He's like average. He's small. Like, yeah, I mean, I get he's slim, so he's not like obese, but he's also not like
right.
Physically imposing. He's just not a man. Like I just say, he's like a grown up boy.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he reminds me of, like a grown up boy. Like,
I mean, I've shown my face on my channel, so like, I'm like, I can see what you're saying. Like, there's that type of situation. I mean, Wheat Waffles is an intelligent man. We've got to agree that, Mystery. He's a clever guy. Yeah, he's an intelligent man.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I don't know if he's really intelligent, but okay.
He's managed to do well financially out of the insecurities of a hell of a lot of men around the world. But you're right,
yeah. But like, I'm sorry, but even like sub Indian IQ people can fucking scam people. Like, anyway, that's not really a skill. Like, you know what I mean? That's not really like a highly skilled thing to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean, I mean, we're all like in that world where the potential to do it is there, just to grift. He is like an average man. I think you're right. He's like a real in the middle 5. He's a type of guy that he's like nondescript. Like you could see him walking through the streets of London and with a suit on, and he's one of them types of people you wouldn't notice if you walk past you for 10 years. Like you'd work in a cafe or something, and you'd see this dude walk past you for 10 years, and you wouldn't notice him. And he's got that type of middle of the road grey man look. But I find it hard to believe that a guy like that would be kicked off a college campus just because he was asking girls questions. But where was it he was doing? Was it in London?
I believe so, yeah. It was in England, I know that, right?
Right, because London culture is a lot different to culture that surrounds London. Because it actually, Gene, he lives quite close to me, that guy, Wheat Waffles. And he if he's doing it in London, in the London universities, he's approaching women who are the daughters of millionaires. And that's going to be a totally different type of thing than if he's approaching working class people in working class areas, in working class universities. So maybe he just didn't realise where he is on the pecking order, and you can't walk into these places. It's not about looks in these places; it's about what you've got, money wise, and your car and your family connections. You can't just walk up to these chicks and expect them just to talk to you. You know,
but that's a black pill, there, Jack. That's a black pill. He's not black. He's not a real black pillar. Then if he was that.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not. You know, you've got to understand culture in Britain. Britain is a class culture. You know, I talk about it a lot on my channel. I talk about class a lot because in Britain it's a very real reality. And do you know the university you went to?
I don't know.
No,
That I don't know. I don't know, but he should know his place, though. That's blue pill thinking. If you don't know your place, because that's how guys can get into a lot of trouble. Approaching a woman, they think, oh, she's available, or she's alone, and she's not. You know, everybody in the bar knows who she is. They're all part of the same group.
Yeah. Have you got that in America, like a class type of?
Oh,
situation?
sure. In the major cities, absolutely. New York, Miami, Los Angeles, absolutely.
But it's not established, though, is it? It's not. It doesn't go back from generations. It isn't. Is it as ingrained as it is in Britain, where you've got like
sometimes it can, but a lot of times, like but it's, a lot of wealth tends to dry up in like 2 or 3 generations, right? At least 1 or 2 generations, probably, right? So kind of how wealth kind of works in a lot of countries, so a lot of places. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's in Britain. We've got like an established upper class that has literally had money for thousands of years. And they've got like generations of property that goes back for a very long time. And these types of people, these people that are aristocratic or linked to the aristocracy, or they've spent a long time going to these type of elite institutions, from these types of people, they're totally walled off from the average English person. And you try to access their spaces and try to talk to them as an equal. Yeah, often the police will be involved because these people are so inaccessible due to their cultural background. And it's the same thing with middle class people. If you're a working class dude, and Wheat Waffles is working class, I can tell just by the way he talks, where he lives. Even then, you've got to understand that talking to these types of people, if you're not part of that club and they can assess that you haven't got the upbringing, the culture, you haven't got the family traditions, they're going to naturally exclude you. Again, the police are going to be called. So you've got to understand that you literally only mix in Britain amongst a certain type of person. And if you don't understand that, then he didn't understand the black pill pertaining to British culture, which is kind of surprising because he's a very intelligent person.
Yeah, there's places like that here in the U.S. I mean, down here in Florida, there's certain spots where I just know instinctually, like they know if you're an outsider right off the bat. It's different with wealthy people. It's not like I look at wealthy and poor, the way they handle things a little bit differently. If you go into a poor neighborhood and they don't want you there, they're gonna let you know right to your face they don't want you there.
Yeah.
Whereas the wealthy areas, no, they weren't going to say anything to Wheat Waffles directly. They get the police or they get somebody else on a harassment charge. They don't tell you to your face, we don't want you here.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, it's totally different, but it's the same thing in an essence, you know. And, they can be just as violent too, but the violence, like in a poor neighborhood, the violence will happen on the streets. You'll see it right in plain view. But in a rich area, it's behind closed doors. It's not going to happen on the campus. It's not going to happen in public like that.
Yeah.
They really don't like you.
Yeah. It's down to how you look as well. You know, when I had my old channel, I did a video about looking. I just spent a whole day looking at people walking past me in a very upper class area where I live. And I noticed they all looked a certain way, they dressed a certain way, and they even had like a certain phenotype. Their cradle formations were almost identical. There was like a conveyor belt of the same type of men walking past me, and you kind of realise that even we're all white people, right? It's like I'm a white man, he's a white man, but but just because you haven't got that cranial formation and you haven't got that certain physical type, like how your muscles are constructed and how your physical features are put together and your physical dimensions are put together, you're almost like a different species. And these people can assess that you're not part of that world, and then you're naturally excluded based on your genetics. And it kind of, you can't cheat that system. You can't. The only thing you can do is you can probably get females from that social genetic caste with money, because money talks, right? But you can't really access worlds that are not yours to access genetically, and it's just the way it is. And someone like Wheat Waffles is probably, I think he might have thought that you could look smacks your way and talk your way into these worlds, and really you can't. You know, it's something that you either are or you're not. And if you're not part of that world, you're not going to be it. It's just your genetics. You've got to find where you do fit in and where you can do well in these social spaces, and definitely not a 5 out of 10 ginger dude in a London university. You probably, you know what I'm saying?
And they immediately know he didn't belong. They knew that the minute he stepped on the campus. It's just they don't say it to your face, but they knew.
Yeah.
You're not sneaking up on anybody. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. It happened to me one time. Sorry for keeping ratting on. Is that to tell you a story? I was outside a tube station in London about 15 years ago. I was 25, and these two upper class girls walked past me, and they were lost, but they were London girls. They were the type of upper class London girls who lived in very expensive multi-million pound houses. They were wearing expensive clothing in an expensive part of London, but they weren't quite sure where they were. And one of them asked me a question. She said, where's this place? And then I told her where it was. And then she said, I know you from somewhere, don't I? And I said, oh, it might be the television. I thought I'd joke back with her. And she said point blank to me, get away from this guy. He's disgusting. Yeah. Right. And
wow.
And the reason for that is because she clearly could tell I wasn't a member of her social class. I didn't look like a member of her social class. And I wasn't a rich individual. So to her, I was a subhuman. And she knew if I reacted, the police were going to be called straight away. And they're going to naturally listen to that person because she's got this genetic privilege. So I just sort of looked at her, I called her a bitch and walked off. Yeah.
Wow.
And that kind of genetic dynamics is something that isn't very well researched, but I think it's something we always think we know, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Also dispels game right there, because girls will tell you what they think of you real fast. They're not playing games. They're not being shy, obviously. That just proves it right there. Yeah. There's no...
Yeah.
No magical words that you have to say, you know. It's just ridiculous.
I'm disgusting.
Yeah. They share their feelings real easy, you know. What they really think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dating coaches would call that a shit test, though. That's what they
shit test.
Yeah.
I didn't hold my frame, right?
Yep. Oh, she really likes you. She's just testing you out. Yeah, that's what they say.
Well, at the time, I was like a chronic alcoholic who used to collect pots of my own piss. Yeah, I was going through like a schizophrenic mental illness for like about 10 years. So I literally lived in one of the worst parts of the outer borough of London. Like, I lived in the poorest neighbourhood in Britain, in the biggest shithole building in the poorest neighbourhood in Britain. And I literally collected bottles of my own piss because I was too lazy to go to this communal toilet. And I think the woman who clearly come from this privileged upper class London culture, I think if I she gave me a chance and we started to talk and shit, and I passed the shit test. What was I going to do? Take her back to my place? You know what I mean? And go, by the way, there's all bottles of piss everywhere. Don't worry about that. You know, it's just I've got a bit of a problem. I'm trying to work on it. You know what I mean?
So I tell you, it's all about game. It's all about your personality. Yeah.
Do people really in Britain, do they really put in any effort into getting these fucking slags out there, man? My God, your chicks look fucking horrendous, man.
I don't bother with British women anymore, Mystery.
Yeah, they are fucking horrendous. I mean, they are no lookers over there, man. I'm sorry, man. They look horrible.
Oh,
looking,
they're
man.
not. They're not.
Beautiful city, though. I went to London years ago. Loved London. Great city. But yeah, there's no lookers. That's for
The
sure. At
people are
least-
fucking ugly as shit. I'm like, what the
Oh,
fuck?
yeah. Even with makeup, the girls with makeup were ugly. That's how bad it
Wow.
was.
Yeah, they are. They are.
I mean, hell, fucking was it Julius Caesar, and then like someone else talked about how like they were the ugliest, dumbest people they ever met their whole life.
I wasn't lying. I was shocked. I was
Mystery.
shocked at what I saw.
We're a freedom of speech panel, and you're speaking the truth. I mean, they are. I would say British women are probably the least attractive women in.
Oh, dude, I mean, they are so. And when it
Yeah.
comes to like white people, they are some of the ugliest women I've ever seen in my whole fucking life, dude.
And
Yeah,
that's
they
with
are.
Makeup
They can't-
on. That's
they can't-
with makeup.
They can't fucking cook, can't fucking do shit.
They've got no respect. They're
It's complete, and like the word slag is a really good word.
Yeah. It's. You know, I like the word. I don't eat unseasoned chicken. I said to my friend today. You know, I was talking to my friend today, and I've given up with British women. I don't find them attractive. I don't like their attitudes, and I don't want to be in a situation. It's what that German guy said. You're going for a date with a woman. It's like a fucking job interview, and you've got to convince this person that you've got all these positive traits and you're this great individual, just so you can be treated like shit by a woman who hates men, who doesn't even look very good in the first place. So I travel. Sometimes the grass is green on the other side, and I found that I prefer women in the Mediterranean. And I'm never going to go back to British women. Once you've tasted seasoned chicken, you don't want to go back to unseasoned chicken. That is it.
Well, Mediterranean women are much more attractive in general.
Oh yeah,
that's why you prefer them. I mean, they're just better looking in general. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're better personalities, better cooks. They could take a joke. Like if I say to the average British woman, I say a joke that's a little bit sexist, she won't talk to me for a week, and she might even put on Facebook, dox me for being a sexist or misogynist or something. It's got that extreme ideological hatred of men. But when you go to the Mediterranean, you can be yourself, and there isn't this toxicity. So I do prefer that place. But I would say English women aren't for me. But that doesn't mean that other guys don't find them attractive. They're just not for me. By a barge pole.
I mean, it's like what's that guy's name? What's the Prince? Not Harry. What's the dude's name? Prince William. Some shit.
Oh yeah.
It's like he got the only like decent looking bitch in the whole fucking island.
But now even she's starting to age.
Yeah, even she's starting to fucking turn to fucking old milk. But
yeah, you're right.
he got the only dude. Like, okay, like we gotta find one decent looking bitch on the island, bro. Like, there's got to be one. Like, otherwise we gonna have some fucked up shit going on there, dude.
No, I mean, there's like literally women in the outbacks of Australia. They're Aboriginal women like that.
But to some extent, though, if you believe in like look theory, then these people are the superior ones, right?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to looking people, looking women, I think it's a personal predilection. I don't think there's a uniform standard to meet because different guys like different types of women. I would personally say, and it's only my personal predilection, the women I find the most attractive are probably Lebanese women. Yeah, Lebanese, that type of look.
Truth be told, I find Pakistanis probably just as appalling as they look horrible, man. Some of the ugliest women I've ever seen in my whole fucking life.
So
they're so ugly.
So that would include Indian as well.
Indians, nah, they're separated from Pakistanis, but
well, I mean, racially, they're the same.
Yeah, they were kind of the same. I don't know. I just don't find those to be very attractive. I don't know.
Yo, let me tell you who I was surprised to find out was pretty good looking. Vietnamese and Cambodian women.
Yeah,
like they're like very light skinned. Like I thought the lightest Asians came from like Korea or Japan, but it's, to me, from what I've seen, it seems like they come from Vietnam and Cambodia.
Really?
Yeah, hotties,
Yeah.
hotties, Vietnam. Yeah, lovely.
I thought I would have guessed like the lightest Asians come from East Asia, but like I said, from what I've seen, seems like it's Southeast Asia actually.
Maybe the golden age for that Kalki's going to put in after we approach the precipice of the third war is that basically like our selected degenerates like us basically just go around and do loads of race mixing. Might be the golden age. We just go around just go with different women all around the world and shit. I'd love that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, sure, I guess. I don't know. Like what? So if women get drafted or forced to enter the draft, what I'm asking this folks here on this who I'm talking to now, what would women rather do? Would they rather pick up a rifle and go on the battlefield, or because I've seen some of those reaction videos on TikTok, women reacting to the possibility of getting drafted, and they're making jokes on TikTok, making videos suggesting that they're going to turn ultra feminine and they're going to become super feminine and start cooking and cleaning. And would women rather go on the battlefield, or would they rather date a sub-5 guy?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
I'm asking the question seriously. Would they rather get drafted and go to war, or date a sub-5 guy?
Mystery, answer this one, bro.
Oh man, that's a good question, man. Holy shit. I think they'd rather oh boy, if it really came down to it, I think they'd rather fucking die than
probably
than fuck some fucking subhuman looking motherfucker, bro. Like the sub-5, man. I'm sorry, dude. You guys are just like, I mean, 5 is the average, bro. If you're not even average, bro, like you fucking just look subhuman, bro. You better have some fucking crazy ass fucking money wealth shit going on. You better be a fucking dictator. Yeah, you better got something going on with you, bro.
Let me tell you, if the draft came, I was on TikTok and I saw women in the comments responding to the possibility of that happening, and you should have seen them. They were all saying, "Oh, they're gonna make up some fake disease that they have. They're gonna make up all kinds of excuses about a fake disability that they have." And I don't know. It was just I just thought it was like the funniest thing. I don't know. I just thought it was funny, but I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've got a thing for like some of these women in uniforms and stuff, and I mean, hopefully there is no third world war, but I mean, the draft would be ludicrous. I did this on my channel. Look at it from the perspective of. Sorry to keep on going about Britain, but I don't know about America. I've never been to America, so I can't understand what it's like to be an American. Not from a real experience. I love America, and I'd say I'm more American culturally than a British person, but.
Mm-hmm.
I can't understand what it's like on the ground there, but I understand what it's like on the ground in Britain. And I made the point on my channel, like a third world war situation when they do the draft and they try to mobilize the population to fight the enemies of Israel, say for example, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got a population now that is nothing like the population it was during the Second World War. During the Second World War, England was a homogenous nation. It had ideological differences. There was a massive left wing that was anti-colonial, and in some ways, I agree with the anti-colonialists. I might have been left wing in the 1920s, and there was a very strong nationalistic core. There was a very strong sense of identity built around the empire. They were very ethnocentric, and that population was easily mobilized with propaganda to go and fight the Second World War. Now, Britain now has got what? It's got about 10 million Muslims. It's got it's very divided between different groups of people, and the left wing is very strong. You've got a whole part of the population that is completely disconnected from the establishment. They don't trust a word they say. They don't have any affection for the system whatsoever, and they've got no common bond with this state to the level where they would take orders from them and fight for the state, because they feel like the state has been fucking them over for the last 80 years or 100 years. So how the hell are you going to mobilize a population like that to all have a common cause and fight a common enemy? The Muslims aren't going to do it. The Muslims are not going to join en masse a military to go and kill their own racial kinsfolk over in the Middle East, are they? Yeah, that's stupid.
No, that's not.
Yeah.
That's why I wonder if we're just going to stay out of it, if the West is just going to stay out of it and be an onlooker. I got to be honest with you.
They wouldn't be able to do a draft. They wouldn't be able to mobilize. I don't know about the Americans. Yeah. You know, you might be, you in America might be totally different. And, you know, Americans could be mobilized for a third war. I'm telling you for a fact. And
we're going broke here in America. We're going broke.
You could not mobilize the British for a war. There's no way. We're not connected. We're not a united nation. There's no way you could mobilize the British for the Third World War. The Third World War would have to be fought with robots and drones, because no one would fight it. No one.
Because over there where you're at, there's you got like those Middle Eastern people and those Indians and all those folks. Like those people, they're British citizens on paper, but they don't really identify. Let's be honest, they don't truly identify with a British identity, and they just don't have the history.
No.
If you're a second gen Indian, British Indian, like your history is back in India. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah. It's not with England. It's no. So you don't even see yourself like.
I see that in all the European countries, actually. Even France, the same thing, and they're very separated.
Yeah.
It's not like everybody assimilates here.
I went to a place called Southall, which is basically Little India in West London. I went there about a month ago during the tail end of the summer. It was very hot. It was about 30 Celsius, and this town is basically Indians. There's no English white people walking around, and they do pretty well around there. I'm not going to make I'm not going to say anything bad about them. They seemed okay. They've kept the properties nice. They've got loads of businesses around there. Interestingly enough, there's no corporations. There's just Indian shops owned by Indian people. So there's no McDonald's, no KFC. It's kind of strange to have a London borough, but it's just all ethnic shops running for about half a mile down this high street. But yeah, that's the culture they've created. But you notice outside their houses they've got Indian flags, and they've got temples. They've got no pubs because they don't drink. And they had a celebration that went through their whole community to celebrate Indian independence from Britain. These people aren't British; they are Indians living in Britain. Yeah, that's just a fact. Yeah. So obviously, you're not going to be able to mobilise a bunch of Indian people in London to fight a war for the British. It's ridiculous. So the multiracial state that was developed, in the tail end of the Second World War in Britain, are designed to, get rid of the British. That agenda has actually flipped on its side now, because you're going to have a system where they won't be able to mobilise these people for a Third World War. So in a way, they've kind of saved us from actually going on some stupid retarded campaign. So I'm actually, in a way, it's kind of like a buffer zone for some retarded Third World War, in a sense that would all be mobilised in this direction. So that's kind of one of the silver linings of multiculturalism, perhaps. It stopped a Third World War.
Yeah, that's a possibility. I mean, but those people that like, okay, you got an Indian community over there in the UK. We got a pretty sizable Indian American community over here in the States. People like them and other immigrants, they see Western countries as like a transient country, right? Just to come and get rich and pursue their careers or start a business and get wealthy. like they're not fighting for those. They're not fighting for these countries. It's not. You know. No.
They're not part of the. It's what Ed Dutton talked about. That, I mean, you know, there is such a thing as an ethnic core for each country. So, you know, like if you look at a country such as France, you think of a white Frenchman, right? Or you think of a country such as China, you think of a Chinaman. Yeah, you know, that's just the reality. People tend to be associated with certain territories. And if you've got a population like these Indians in London, they are Indians, and obviously they're there because of immigration patterns. They're invited in, whatever, and they're not going to have any kind of loyalty towards the ethnic core because they're not the same people, and they're going to be more cohesive with their own people, and obviously that's going to mean they're not going to be easily mobilizable by any kind of military to be able to fight on behalf of the British state. It's just not going to happen. Other, you know, I found them all right. I was walking through Southall, and they weren't anti-white. They weren't anti-English. They were very friendly to me, and they seemed pretty cool. But they're obviously not my kinsfolk. But they're okay. They're okay. I found the Indians all right in London. Sure. You know, I've grown past a lot of that sense of, you know, I've accepted that Britain's not a totally white country now, you know, but I think there's more things on the agenda now. I think World War III is more important, whether Britain's 100% white, isn't it? Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
You know, I could deal with a few Indians walking past me. I'm not too happy about a nuke dropping on me, you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say those. I remember I wanted to make a point. I was gonna say about those girls making the TikTok videos about the draft and making fun of it and saying they're gonna fake disabilities. That crap's not gonna work. Like as a guy, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. You know, I'm not gonna fall. I'm not gonna fall for some woman trying to bullshit us saying she's got a fake disability. No, pick up a damn rifle, get your ass out here just like me. I guess maybe I'd let them get away with it.
Right, or they can just get pregnant. That's
what I was gonna say. If you agree to get pregnant and have my baby, and I need to see the baby born, then you're exempt from going to war.
Or they can just get in vitro fertilization. I mean, there's plenty of ways out of it. I don't think that's going to help out the sub-5 guy. That's never going to happen. You know, not you, but I'm just saying in general. You know what I mean? And no, it's not going to change the sexual inflation in the U.S. or any place. So.
Yeah. Maybe like a sub-5. It might be a good thing for him to have like a third world war, because if he was like over in somewhere like the Middle East and shit, and he's like part of. I don't want to encourage it. I just really thought experiment. Really, I don't want a third world war. But say you had one, and you had this sub-5 dude, and he's in America, and he's getting no action. But then he's part of like a domineering force. Then he might be attractive towards the females who are in that local area. He might be able to play a bit of sort of hierarchy game on these women. You know,
but that kind of just says it's over. If he's got to go to war to meet women, that really means it's over. It's like we're just digging for solutions somewhere. You know?
Yeah, but to some extent, this is the way things always kind of worked out to some extent, right? Like, you have too many men that the women don't want, and you do fight a war, and the men kind of spread it over the area that you conquered. They take the women as war brides and call it a day. Like, this is not new. Yeah.
That happened with American GIs in England during World War II. A lot of women left England to go with the American soldiers.
Yeah, my grandmother. She was she died 2 years ago, but she was a teenager. She was 17, 18, 19 years old during the war, and she never let me know the details about it. Obviously, because I'm a grandson, but I could imagine, reading between the lines, what was going on with them American GIs and the British girls during the Second World War. I think they, you know, I don't want to say bad things about my own grandmother, but I should imagine that them GIs were doing very well. That's all I can say. I can imagine them GIs are doing very well, because these British girls, they were living off rations, and they had nothing. they were living in a destitute situation. So you've got all these dudes turning up, and they're 6 foot plus, and they're good looking, and they've got these nice uniforms, and they're part of a dominant culture. You know, they're part of a more powerful nation, and I can imagine a lot of these American dudes were sub-5s, but they were still getting action based on the fact that they come from this more glorious system. You know, you know, definitely. You know, that's the same thing with British guys. You know, I mean, Rudyard Kipling talks about when we went over to India during the Empire, and you know, being the type of guy that I am, I thought it was great. You know, and these British soldiers in India, they were getting the pick off the Indian women because they were a part of that domineering sort of higher caste at that time. Because they, you know, when you're an invader, you're looked at as higher. If you're a people being invaded, you're looked at as lower. Women perceive you as a people that can't fight.
Yes.
And Rudyard Kipling talks about the Indian girl and says, I look over her and I know she always thinks of me, you know. And, you know, that kind of thing for sub-5s, war, it's always been a good way for sub-5s to spread their genes, you know. That's what the
same thing happened in France with the Nazis. When the Nazis took over France, the women went with the Nazis.
Women, you know, women will always
they want the winner. They want the winner.
They meet you at the finish line. Yeah.
Right.
And you know, there's nothing like being a domineering, invading force to perpetuate in the minds of the women that you're the alpha dogs, and that means that their genes are going to be better, and then that means that the women are going to have children who have got stronger survival traits. So they're going to obviously choose the domineering men. But the domineering men throughout history has changed. Like if you look at ancient history, like Spanish history, they were invaded by the Moors for 800 years, and the Arabs were the alpha dogs in Europe for 800 years. Like, they used to treat the Spanish like shit. They used to, like, you know, like when you give the Muslim tax, there's like a Muslim tax, yeah. They used to grab Spanish men by the throat and like slap them about in their courts when they were giving over their money. So they basically were saved another day from their Arabic overlords. But when the Spanish kicked them out a few hundred years later, and they were this vigorous race that had beaten everyone, when they went over to Latin America, they were the alpha dogs. So they just swept through the whole continent. And that's now today. There's no natives left. They're all half Spanish, half Indian. Yeah. So it doesn't mean because you're at the top for one time that that's going to stay perpetually the same. You know, different groups dominate over certain periods, and sometimes they're lower, sometimes they're higher. You could be, you know, so imagine you go to you go to somewhere like Britain in the 1600s, you're getting piss pots thrown over you. Yeah, you're like no good working class dude. You know, you're getting piss pots thrown over you in the streets of London. Then you arrive over in somewhere like India, and now you're automatically a Chad because you're. But then you go back to London, and then you got the piss pots thrown over your head, and you know some boot shut the arse because you're in the way of their horse. You know.
Well, it's like the saying. You know, we talk about war helping out sub-5 guys. You know, the saying, there's opportunity in chaos, right? So.
Yeah. Maybe Kalki turns up. Mystery, do you think Kalki's going to turn up, bro?
He will. He will one day.
You, Kalki, Mystery?
You wish. You fucking wish I would.
Oh, man. Who do you reckon Kalki is? I've got my opinion.
I don't know, man. Who is he?
I think it's Hulk Hogan.
Let me tell you something, brother. I'm coming to bring the smackdown on your brother. Oh, shit.
He's going to rejuvenate. He's going to become a 30-year-old man again. Yeah, he's going to have like some sort of miracle regeneration, and he's going to come back. We're all millennials. We all remember what Hulk Hogan represents.
The return of Hulkamania is running wild, dude.
Yeah. And he comes back and he's Kalki. Like he's a 30-year-old version of himself. You're like, shit, Hogan's young again. He's like, yeah, I'm Kalki. I'm following that dude. Do you know what I mean? Bring back my child. I've got to get a bandana. If you're gonna I've got to get a bandana.
And
1980s
truth be
bandana.
told, if you read that entire Kali Yuga, the signs of the Kali Yuga, the whole thing, right, is that one of the signs is that people will move to countries where wheat is the a staple meal in that country, right? Where a bread and circus, right? It's the exact same thing happened in Rome, where they open up their borders up to the entire world, and then you got invaded effectively, right? So, and then same thing happens in America right now, where it's like people are flooding into the country. It's really people have been flooding into the into Europe for a long time now, and yes, it's been nonstop immigration, and in these countries, wheat is a huge good there, staple good. So.
Is that Kali Yuga? What people?
Yeah. The people will do that. It says leaders will rule unjustly and unfairly. What you're thinking right now, look at all your leaders in your country. They're all just shitty and bad and evil and shit. And there's a bunch of other signs. There's another thing I've read about called the a grand conjunction. And the great conjunction, the grand conjunction. Well, one of the two, I think it's a great conjunction that happened in 2020, and that is when Jupiter and Saturn align. I think Jupiter ends up it finally passes over Saturn, and then but normally during something like that, where there's like a big conjunction like that. Crazy events typically happen, like we had the pandemic, or in the past that happened, and then JFK got shot, and like there's a whole bunch of stuff that happens during those weird conjunctions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Once again, if all the elites believe in this stuff, why shouldn't you?
Yeah, I believe in it. So what you're saying is, mate, you're saying that something happened astrologically in 2020.
Yeah. Like if you just think of the sky as like a clock, then the reality is that things are going to happen when certain alignments happen or something like that. Like I think the way what's that?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah.
I've never heard this before. I've never heard it.
Yeah, there's no reason. Like people have recorded like just take everything that you thought you knew about the paranormal and just like you flip it and maybe like think that it's true actually, and then go from there. Like if this stuff was true, how would it work? And can I see an actual real correlation, 1-to-1 example in the real world? As these conjunctions happen, people have recorded that during this time period this happened, and they talked about there's a whole bunch of stuff like and you can't just keep chalking it up to that's a coincidence. And once again, if the elites Jack Nickelback he said this months ago. He said the elites they believe in astrology, like they believe in looking at the sky and figuring out what's going on. They look at the stars to figure out what to do, right? So if they do it, there's no reason why you shouldn't do it either. But there's a whole bunch of like correlations between like the constellations and stuff like that. So,
is there a channel you could recommend? Just look it up.
I would just say look it up. You can just look up like the Grand Conjunction, the Great Conjunction. Look up that one. It's a pretty easy video to find. And it's not to say like obviously take everything you see with a big like grain of salt a little bit, but they've been more spot on than I expected, right? So.
Yeah, because it does seem strange. I'd messaged my friend in 2019, and I said to him that this decade is going to be called. I called it the decade of the gods. And the way I classified this decade, I said I felt intuitively in 2019, on the precipice of 2020, that this decade was going to be fucked up. Yeah.
Truth be told, I've had a feeling about something coming for since like 2018-ish, 2017-ish. I've had this feeling of like, so I'm like, what the fuck going on? Like, I think something just didn't feel right.
Yeah, and I felt that that in 2020, I actually my mate messaged me and he said, I said to him, this is going to be the decade of the gods. And the way I explained it was, I said that anything that there's been all this building momentum in the unconscious of people around the world, and there's all these undercurrents, and there's all these different agendas going on, and they've got to reach a crescendo. There's got to be a point where all these different agendas, all these different conflicts actually clash together, and then you see the end result of all these things that have been going on in the unconscious of people for a very long time. And I thought that anything that was going to happen was going to happen in this decade. And you can see it clearly. You can see like the Kosovans are and Albanians are now sort of looking to fight the Serbians again. You've got this thing between the Russians and the Ukrainians. You've got this problem of Israel and all the Middle Eastern countries. And it's almost like all these different things are meeting up and colliding during this decade. And we're going to have this is going to be the decade where everything that could happen is going to happen. It's like the final point in history. And this is going to be the decade that shapes history for a very long time. And if what you're saying about this 2020, I think that's true, mate. I think that's true that there was, that makes sense that there was something happened astrologically, and this is like a clock, and it then is correlating with what's going on in this world at this present time. And it seems strange that they all say the same thing, like the Christians say about Revelation, the Hindus talk about the Iron Age and the Age of Kalki. It seems that it's all happening now. Even Chris Lang, I mean, the guy's the smartest man in the world. He's got an IQ of like 210. Even he says we're in the end times. You know, we're in the fucking end times, and that's scary. But is it a rebirth time, or is it we're just fucked? You know, and I can't answer that question.
Well, I mean, they all speak of a cycle, right? Where it's like, you know, like Jesus Christ talks about, and the Bible talks about how Jesus Christ will reign for 1,000 years. You know, and it's like, you know, what is that? You know, 1,000 years, is that how long do human beings live in that lifetime, right? Like, is that heaven on earth, or is that pseudo heaven, or what is that? Because, like, you know, what happens after that 1,000 years? Who knows? But you know, it said he will rule, you know, over us for 1,000 years, and you know, other people believe other things, but yeah, that's the one I tend to believe in, right? So I don't know.
You believe in the Christian idea?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that the Bible is an imperfect book written by imperfect people, but the reality is that, you know, once again, if my opponents are Satanists, why the fuck wouldn't I be a Christian? Like, okay, so they believe in the devil. Well, wait, what? Like, well, I should believe in the other guy. Fuck that shit, dude. I need something to oppose that.
Why was the third oldest church in history bombed in the West Bank? Why are they so concerned about taking out that institution if it didn't have some type of relevance to the grand scheme of things? So it would suggest that there is some type of celestial alliance that you should be making during these times.
Yeah.
You know, the problem is that it's difficult to know, because like Christianity, it annoys me about Christianity is that if you go to a Muslim and you insult a Muslim's religion, he punches you in the face. Yeah, if you go to a Jew and you insult a Jewish religion, they're gonna try and get you thrown in prison for hate speech. If you go to a Christian and you say to a Christian about his religion, he'll just look at Richard Dawkins. He spent 30 years running down Christians, spitting in their faces, insulting them, humiliating them, and they just took it. Yeah, they're the biggest pussies going, and that kind of means that Christianity doesn't defend itself. And that
and that's like nothing. What, like, Jesus? Yeah, sure, he did teach, you know, a lot of good things, but like, a lot of perceived. But the reality is that he was not just some pushover. Like, I don't know why he did a lot of like daring and, you know, nice crazy things in the Bible all the time, and it's like, this is weird.
Yeah.
This is a good. I love this quote here, if only because it's true, but also not true. Like, it's so true in two different ways. Like, if God is in his heavens, everything is found on earth. It's literally true. Like, if God is in heaven, everything's fine. But if God's on earth, then you have a problem. Like,
yeah.
Oh, he's on earth. Oh shit. Well, we're fucked. Like, we fucked up bad, didn't we? Like,
yeah. I mean, Chris Langan talks about there's certain things you can't do. Where he talks about the mapping, which is he talks like a mapping that goes directly to the Godhead. And he says you can't be an atheist, because if you're an atheist, then after your existence, you're not seen. And if you're not seen, then you're negated. And that means that then you're in a state of perpetual isolation. And that means you won't be able to get to that source. And that means you're not experiencing that kind of reality, which is a very good reality. That's one thing he says. Secondly, you've got to
make the right choices in this life. And it's very difficult to know what's the right thing and the wrong thing to do, because when you're making ethical choices in this life, it's very difficult to know what the Godhead wants you to do and what he does want you to do, because you're not given a clear set of boundaries on your behavior. And
I mean, we were given some basic ones, like, you know, like the Ten Commandments, but like you can argue that that was the Old Testament, but like, but even beyond that, though, you're still given some level of like guidance of like, you know, the Bible with Proverbs and stuff like that. There's various parts of the Bible you can read for like guidance to say, hey, this is what I should do to be a good man or be a good woman or be a good person. And you can
find an atheist unethical, though. I disagree with that. I don't think being an atheist would be unethical. My problem with
my problem with atheism is that I would call it unethical in the sense of like it will inevitably lead you to be unethical, because like, what is your morality grounded in?
But there's a lot of religious people who are very unethical too.
Yeah, I would agree, but like, but I would say on by and by, though, I think the people who are more genuine than I've ever talked to are probably more like, you know, religious or theists than the atheists. My God, the theists, they'll greet you with open arms, and I find them to be just more nicer. Yeah, sure, but even if I'm talking about the rank and file, like regular Christian guy who goes to church, like. I'm not talking about the higher up people who like literally run these shitty churches. I'm talking about the rank and file. These, like, they actually do believe this stuff. Like, and they actually do. Yeah, sure, they're dumb, or they're not the smartest people in the shed. And, they fall for little scams, but they actually do believe this stuff. And it's like, what do you? That guy is like, okay, I can actually get along with you. Like, and I've had this problem my whole life where it's like, atheists, they tend to be, I don't even know what to even describe it. They tend to be very, very
I think they're very closed-minded is what they are.
Well, they're uptight. They're uptight. They have a dogma that they refuse to acknowledge. They think, oh, it has no dogma. Does it really not? Or are you just parroting what someone else said? In which case, you do have a dogma somewhere in there. So,
they're some of the most religious people in the world.
Yeah, they really are. Like, I mean, if like you don't spend countless hours on the internet, arguing if fucking Santa Claus isn't real, right? Like, nobody does that. But you'll spend countless hours and you'll write 5 books about why God's not real. What is that? Like, what's the agenda here?
Nobody can prove God exists, and nobody can't prove God exists. It's all based on a belief. And in the end, no matter which position you hold, it's based on a belief. Even if you're completely scientific,
I think that proof of God is literally like, if you look for it, you can
more
kind
evidence
of find.
Based.
Yeah,
look at the order and design of the world; it shows a creator.
Yeah.
And that's not to preach. It's just I have to live in reality. That's my whole thing. I can't live in some fantasy world. I have to live in reality. It's not whether I want a God or not a God. It's just I look at the world, and that's where it points to.
Yeah,
points to some type of designer.
I would say I don't think atheists are any less moral than the average person. I wouldn't even be surprised if atheists are less moral than the average Christian. That's just, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised me. I think just with the religion and all that stuff, I think it's just used for people just interpret it. They interpret religion to just conform to whatever it is they want to believe anyways. So I think for most people, they just use religion to just reinforce whatever they wanted to do anyways.
100%.
Yeah, but like, why is that? Is that a bad thing, or is that simply a reality?
I just think it's a reality.
Okay, good. I'm about to think of this. People want to say like this is simply a mechanism to exchange information, then you can use that system to exchange the correct information in which to live. Like this idea that there's not an ideal way for human society to flourish is like completely absurd. There's an ideal way for to do everything.
But don't we kind of know what's right and wrong at an early age? Like we kind of
we I think we do. I don't know. I struggle with that question a lot, because there's certain people I wonder, like, are you just fucking like deficient, or are you just literally just like retarded? I don't know what to say, because like, some people, I think for certain people, they know, they learn right from wrong at a very early age. And then they acknowledge that, like, that's sort of where the whole a guilt factor sort of comes in, and the whole this feeling bad about something, right? I get it.
Not everybody shares that guilt factor. Like, I guarantee you, the guy who robs a little old lady of her last penny.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about earlier. Because like, what do you do with the people who are completely just deficient in that moral area, where it's like you don't even have.
Different. Yeah, some people weren't born with that, and some people are. It's just instinctual. Like, doesn't matter what you were taught. If you'd robbed an old lady, you're probably gonna feel really bad about it. Have a hard time sleeping. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
it's the same thing of like, what do you do with all these like smash and grab robberies and all these like mass. Like I'm just seeing like, I mean, you can just see the destruction of your society happening in real time. Like you have literal mass mobs just robbing stores, and like stores are just shutting down across cities and stuff like that because they can't function there anymore. Like you're seeing it happen in real time, but like everyone's like, well, that's not happening, bro. Nothing ever happens, bro. Are you sure, or are you just coping? I don't know, because
yeah, it does seem like we're in this end times where like there's anarchy that's literally on the it's like palpably.
yeah, it's fucking anarcho tyranny. If you do the right thing, they fucking punish you. If you do the wrong thing, you walk away scot free, right? They just flip the road in his head. Like we all know stealing is wrong to some extent, right? Because you're taking from someone else's labor. You're also fucking you're exploiting them in some way, and you're you know, and this is the reality of it, right? You stole their property. Yeah, everybody has some idea of like property rights of like that's mine and this is yours, and we don't cross these boundaries, right? But like at least what I think somewhat, but honestly, I can't even really say that. But
we can agree that stealing from Walmart is different, say, from stealing somebody directly.
Yeah, stealing from someone else saying. But even then though, like you're still stealing from someone else. Like you corporations don't pay anything. It's simply an apparatus. Like the people pay for it. So the workers pay for it in the form of lower wages. You pay for it in the form of higher prices, and that's how the game's played.
Yeah, like
corporations don't pay taxes. Mistakes. Corporations don't pay anything.
Yeah, I'm just saying even good people can make little mistakes like that.
Yeah,
forgiven.
Sure.
You know, if you steal from Walmart, you know, I don't think it makes you 100% evil. Maybe you just made a bad choice in life.
Yeah, or you just told this one your brain was in a fog and you stole, right? Like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
could be a young kid not thinking any better, and you know, it happens.
It's very difficult in this modern age because it's run by this sort of international sort of you know what I'm saying? It's this sort of system that's in place at the moment, and it's very difficult to be an ethical, strong, masculine man. I mean, there's all this red pill information, and it basically is defined by telling a man to do some weight training and act like an idiot around a woman to make her think that you're really tough. Yeah, and I mean that's basically it. Like to be a real man in today's society, a real alpha dog man, a masculine man, like my great granddad was. You know, like the type of man that he was like this old Irish sailor who would you know, he would punch someone at the drop of a hat. You know, he went over in America and he had like knife fights in New York City and shit. Yeah, and he never spent a day in prison in his life. He just went around doing what he liked. But he lived in an environment where you could be a masculine man and not be apprehended by what you say, what you think, and what you do. As long as you didn't go around doing terrible things, you kind of had a free rein to just act within your own sense of honor. But now, because the society is so heavily policed and there's so many different laws against you. There's so many different things you can get apprehended by this sort of police state that the masculine man doesn't exist anymore. It's been that sort of ethic, because you know, being a good masculine man, it's almost impossible within this type of totalitarian tyranny we're living under. So what you've got is you've got people who play the game, like who are sort of, you know, these people doing these smash and grabs, scumbags like Antifa and all that, or whatever. Or you've got other things, and they're like, they can do it because they're part of the system, or they're just playing the game. And then you've got another type of person, like the strong sort of masculine man. He's that type of man's been completely beaten down. Yeah, and it's like and so you that kind of thing, how to be a good man, or the ethical choices you can make. Even if you did have the Godhead who gave you a certain set of mandate, and I don't know what God's nature is, but if he gave you a certain set of things that you can and can't do, with certain ethical boundaries, if you did it, you're just going to have Satan's world slap you down anyway for doing it in the first place, because you haven't got any power. Yeah. So it's like, you know, this idea of the red pill, it's like, what do they really say to you? Go down the gym. Yeah. You should replace the red pill with just a gym membership with a bit of good nutrition advice. Yeah. dress and then you can dress nice and go to gym. That's all it is, isn't it? You know, because they know full well you can't be a masculine man in this society. Because the moment you are, the moment you get thrown in prison, you know.
Well, you know, the big red pill lie is that most men can become the top 10%. If most men could do that, then the top 10% would become average. It doesn't work. That's why I don't agree with the red pill philosophy at all.
No, that's it. I mean, how can you tell a guy? You know that cage fighter, Sean Strickland. He was talking about it. He was saying that there's the masculinity's been drummed out of men, and he's got a de facto way of displaying that masculine type of role. You know, he's a cage fighter. But you know, good example, right? Good example. How often do you see nowadays in public? Like I saw, you're meant to protect your wife, right? I mean, this is like a masculine trait. Like you're with your wife, you're with your girlfriend, with your kids. And how many times have you seen guys getting slapped in front of their wife and not hitting the guy back? Yeah, because they're so concerned about the police, or they're concerned about their job, or they're so concerned about losing their social standing. They're like these demasculated guys, and that is what the modern man has become. Now, if you've got a load of demasculated guys, that's exactly what the system wants, because that means they can get away with the shit they're doing. You know, it's the reason why you've got all these child sacrifice fucking places going on. Yeah, it's the reason why you've got a system where you've got transgenders reading in schools. I mean, what the fuck's that about? You know what I'm saying? I mean, what the fucking what? Why have you got a man walking into a freaking library, all right, reading stories to a bunch of 5-year-old kids? Yeah, what place has a man in a dress got to do that? Yeah, you know, I mean, our ancestors. Can you imagine that in 1920s mystery? Yeah, all right. Can you imagine in 1920s a man in a dress being allowed to walk into a library and read to a bunch of kids?
Yeah, it's fucking insane, dude.
Yeah, I mean, no white man will put up with that in America. Then no black man will put up with that. Yeah, we've been emasculated. I mean, and you've got this other thing now of like transgenders. Yeah, I mean, this is real satanic bullshit. Yeah,
yeah, it's extremely satanic, and then trying to take nature and fucking invert it and shit like that. Fucking disgusting, man.
Yeah. And I was talking to a girl today, and she was telling me about it, and she said to me that they're actually there's an organisation, I can't remember what it's called now. I think it's called Hiptos or something. Yeah, and it's like a transgender agency, and they go into schools and they particularly target an age range where they're most susceptible, like below the age of 7. And you've got these demons. That's all they are. They're demons. Yeah. They actually are connected to demon legions. You cannot do this unless you are totally satanic. And they go into these institutions, and they and this piece of shit was praising. She was saying that, you know, 4 or 5 of the kids come forward and said that they were trans, and then they rush them into the doctors. They get the parents out the way, and then they're mutilating these poor kids. So by the time they're 18 years old, they've been totally mutilated, and then invariably they're going to kill themselves. They're going to have like 2 or 3 years of mental illness. They're going to kill themselves in their early 20s. Yeah, my mate who killed himself, 55, one of the best men I've ever met in my life. A proper hardcore English guy, real like archetype of English masculinity. And this guy, he before he killed himself, he was on these suicide forums. He said about half of them, no, a third of them, sorry, were trans. Yeah, these are people that realised they'd been had by the system, and their final resting place was a suicide website before they killed themselves. Yeah, and this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to engineer a whole population, a whole generation to basically go to a trans clinic and then eventually kill themselves in their early 20s. Yeah, the population is not masculine anymore. Yeah, they've literally are not masculine men. And you know, the idea about God, you know, if there's a God, what would he want you to do in that situation? Yeah, how would God want you to behave? Yeah, what is the ethical decisions that he would want you to make? Yeah, would he want you to be a strong man? And the fact of the matter is, we've got to be honest with ourselves as men. We've got to be honest with ourselves as men, and we've got to admit we're not men anymore. Yeah.
I've been making this argument for the last like 3 fucking weeks, and no one's fucking falling on deaf ears. But
yeah,
but
you know,
I was just going to say the fact that the trans people can go into the schools that means there's powerful people behind the scenes who are allowing
Yep,
this to happen.
exactly. They want it to happen. They want your kids fucked up. They want your kids raped. They want your kids. Yeah, they want your kids all fucked up, dude.
I mean, a
I
bunch
think
of crazy
I think
people
if you're a
can't just-
parent,
Yeah.
nowadays, you're better off just pulling the kids out of school and raising them yourself.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah,
They can't do it on their own. They can't start at a grassroots level. It's got to start at the top.
Yeah. I mean, it's like we're either heading towards a third world war, or we've got to sort this fucking planet out. And it's something's got to be done about it. I mean, it's either third world war, we're going for a nuclear holocaust, and that's it. And I don't want that to happen. Or there's got to be some systematic changes, because I don't think over generations that we can put up with this kind of bullshit. We can't put up with children being mutilated by these sick wacko doctors in schools. It's getting beyond the joke. I mean, what next? I mean, you've got the only thing these bastards can do now is I'm going to say it. The only thing they can do now is open paedophilia. Yeah, that is the only thing they can do now. Which is,
but it's already out in the open, dude. Like anybody with two eyeballs to see it can see it. But like I don't know, they want to stay in the matrix and believe the narrative that the elites are not who they say they are. Like the elites are like, come on, Jeffrey Epstein should have been a wake up call to any American out there, man. Should have been a huge wake up call to like, yeah, these guys are all fucking. There's something going on here.
Yeah. And the reason why this shit happens is because men aren't masculine anymore. Yeah. I mean, can you imagine the type of population in, say, the type of men that conquered America? Now, I know they were wrong for doing it to the Red Indians, and I renounced the British Empire for doing that. Yeah, but I'm just talking about the base population, the genetic material that existed amongst them people. Yeah, and you can you imagine them putting up with shit like Jeffrey Epstein, and in Ireland, nonsense off kids, with all these international elites turning up there and doing what they're doing for generations? No fucking way. Yeah, they would get a ship and they would go to that island and there'd be none of them left. Yeah, they'll be and they wouldn't care. They wouldn't go, oh god, ooh, they're international elites, they're so tough, oh, they're so dangerous. They wouldn't care. They'd be like, come on, boys, we don't like Blackbeard. Remember Blackbeard, the pirate? Blackbeard?
Yeah. I'm talking about
like Blackbeard, yeah. I mean, do you think he gives a fuck about a bunch of nonsense on an island? It's I think we've just been demasculated to a level where it's like it's just the level of men that it's got to it's getting ridiculous. It's getting absolutely ridiculous. I don't see any real examples of masculinity left in the world. I mean, can you name a real masculine man on planet Earth? A man you can respect anymore?
Yeah, they're all either charlatans or false prophets or whatever, and they don't have any real. Yeah, they don't really even speak
Russians.
Like,
damn it.
Russian.
I guess maybe they're like the next thing up to that, but like, yeah, I don't know. This seems like Russians a bunch of fucking.
Masculine, yeah, Putin's pretty masculine. Chechens are very masculine. I'll give them a Jew. Chechens are very masculine.
Yeah, fucking. It's almost like Andrew Tate. That fucking dude's not masculine, dude. I'm sorry. Like, he's a form of like of masculinity. That's just like the. I don't know. This is the shitty part. Like, there's a positive part of being a masculine man that like people just ignore. The wisdom that we acquire from experience, stuff like that, and just our very stoic, almost like stoic nature, the way that we carry, like how handy we can be and like that. Like these things that like women used to appreciate. Now all of a sudden it's like, well, yeah, sure. Obviously they always appreciated the looks first, but they also used to acknowledge that these things, these were skills that men naturally sort of had, and now it's like, oh no, women are perfect and they can do it all, and it's like, well, there you go. So
yeah, Tommy Saltermeyer, would you say he's masculine?
He spoke the truth. I give him that. He came on YouTube and just spoke his heart out and said, fuck it, dude, I'm gonna go crazy.
Did you hear his famous speech? Did you hear that one?
Which one?
You know the one. I don't want to say it.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah. That was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a good one.
Ribeye. Yeah, that was a good one.
Jordan Peterson, the real alpha male. My God, I can't believe that people followed that guy in the past. I don't know. I never even bought his book. I didn't buy his book. Yeah, I always kind of thought he was just a word salad like charlatan who just kind of spoke like, oh, Oh no, the Giorno pizza in the oven at 350, and then you follow your shadow to the shadow realm, and then you eat some pizza, and then tomorrow you like, come on, dude, can you make a fucking point? Like, he's
Exactly.
fucking word
You
salad,
nailed it,
fucking boring,
mystery.
dude.
Word salad to the max. I mean, he'd really say absolutely nothing in the end.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
might as well have said nothing. He might as well have said nothing.
Yeah. And people think he's so profound and so, oh wow, what a great mind this is.
Yeah, this is unbelievably fucking retarded.
It's like
You know what he
zombies
said?
following him.
You know what he said when Israel did started their genocidal campaign against the Palestinians? He said, "Give them hell, boys."
Yeah. Juden Peterson.
You know what I mean? That's masculinity for you. This is the guy that's been telling men how to be men, and he's subservient to the New World Order. That's not a man.
Yeah.
That's just the guy getting a paycheck, saying what he needs to say.
Profits. You only care about profits, man.
Yeah. And he does say some things that are true, but he's basically a guy that is owned by somebody. And if you're owned by somebody, then you are not able to tell other men how to be a masculine, strong male, because you're owned by somebody. You're essentially controlled. And what you try to teach them, eventually you can slimy way to I am and be controlled by somebody. So and then pretend that you've got your shit together, but really you're just owned by someone, and they give you a script. You know, it's nonsense.
Patrice O'Neill was alpha. Patrice O'Neill was that. See, the problem with being an alpha is that it's not a matter. No one's gonna view you as alpha if you don't have the actual look of an alpha, right? It's just the reality of it. Like you might be confident, you might have a lot of shit to say, you might be a shit talker, but if you have nothing to back it up physically, no one's gonna give a fuck, right? Like it doesn't mean anything. So like, but was he right about a lot of shit? Like, Patrice O'Neill and a lot of these big time comedians are really just like, they're, if you look at them, that they're the modern day truth tellers or adjusters, depending on who they are, right? Depending on who they are. There's a few Dave Chappelle, really good one. I like Patrice O'Neill was phenomenal. He was a great comedian, just died before his time. But yeah, was he an alpha? Probably not. Not in the traditional sense, but he definitely had a lot of truth to say, and that's all that really fucking matters sometimes, right? If you have the truth in your heart, in a way to express it. And he was great at talking and really great at conveying information about women and men in a very straight up and just honest way.
Yeah.
What defines alpha though exactly? How do you define alpha? Because
it's normally it's like people call it a mindset. I mean, technically speaking, being an alpha used to mean that you were a leader of men. Like that's what it used to mean. Like, like you're the natural born leader, and it doesn't mean that, like, and with that power comes a great responsibility, right? But a lot of alphas fail to actually meet that responsibility. They end up just being like a bunch of fuck boys or take advantage of people because they can. But being a true virtuous alpha used to mean like you were actual leader of men. You led by example. You showed people, how to fucking be a man effectively, and it's the
don't women
concept.
kind of determine who's alpha or not? Don't they?
No, I would say no. I don't think that, because like the reality of an alpha is that like if he looks like Chad and he has those same qualities, once again, like we're trying to like the looks thing. That's why I said looks along with the behavior matters as well. Like an actual real alpha male, like the best version of an alpha male. I'll use that phrase. Best version of an alpha male is the virtuous alpha, where he like actually cares about a fellow man. He's not out for himself. He's a real leader. It's not just fucking half-ass shit where it's like some fucking I'm some fucking brain dead fuck who wants to fuck a bunch of women and I'm gonna ruin the whole market for the rest of the men, right? Type shit. So, so like like do women get to decide that? Not really. In reality, they more or less fall in line with the alpha because he has the looks and he has the actual behavior to go along with that. That's actually a decent behavior to have. So,
still like William Wallace. Remember, have you seen the film Braveheart?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that something like that would probably be he understands reality. He understands distinctions between truth, the polarities between truth and falsity. He's prepared to speak the truth, even if it means that he goes against public opinion. He's prepared to stand alone and actually speak his truth, no matter the consequences. He sees tyranny. He's willing to face down tyranny, and he's willing to lead men against tyranny. That is a true alpha. Yeah. And I haven't seen a man like that for a very long time in any context. I've seen guys who ape it. Like I've seen guys like like you might get like a criminal thug. You might get a guy. I mean, a good example. We've got this guy who's the leader of the opposition in Britain, a guy called Keir Starmer, and I don't look down on you Americans for not knowing who he is, because I don't think you do know who he is. Do you know who Keir Starmer is? No.
Yeah, he's the labor leader,
okay.
right?
Okay, yeah, he's a total idiot. And when the war started with Israel, with their oppression of the Palestinians, their genocidal campaign, he said that Israel's got a right to self-defense and all that kind of rubbish, and I mean they have got a right to self-defense if they're getting attacked, but they haven't got a right to fucking commit genocide on another people. And I draw the line there, and he said this. He said they've got a right to self-defense. He basically said they've got a right to commit genocide against the Palestinians. And then because Britain's got a lot of Muslims, loads of Muslim councillors resigned, and then loads of Muslims and leftists, they all went outside of his office. They protested, and there was a massive uproar on Twitter. And then the guy turned around and said, "Oh no, I didn't say they've got a right to be rights list. Actually, no, I think that they shouldn't stop their water and all their gas and all their food and all their medicines. And actually, I'm essentially on the pro-Palestinian side." That's the quality of the elites in the West now. You know what I'm saying? They literally are responsive to the strongest forces.
Like I said earlier, the people in power will no longer serve the people anymore. They'll just be out for themselves, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's the kind of person you've got, and when you've got no role models, you've got nothing to model yourself on. You've got no individual who you can look to in the world and say, "I want to be like that guy." That's the type of guy that I would like to be like. That is a man who I can see has got a logical framework that actually means that he's got this strong, virtuous, masculine way of behaviour. This is how I want to be. These types of men, and I haven't seen them throughout my lifetime, and it's a sad state of affairs. Maybe if you'd have gone back, in all honesty, I don't think real men have existed in the world for since before Napoleon. Before Napoleon, I mean, literally before Napoleon, maybe the 1700s, they still existed.
If you really look at the world, the world kind of not ended per se, but it got really, these banks really took over Europe back during at the end of the Napoleonic era, right? When they took over the Bank of England, right? And they basically bought the entire system for pennies, and then now they own the whole bitch. So. A royal family is merely just a figurehead for the real shadow master behind all the money and shit. So,
yeah, but I'm not allowed to say that, Mystery, because I'm a control. I'm part of an oppressive totalitarian regime. So if I say,
I hear you.
I've got to pretend that that's not the truth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if I say it's the truth, then I'm committing hate speech. I'm a hate criminal. It's fucking ridiculous. I just don't see this kind of masculinity. Probably in England, there hasn't been a true masculine man since. As sad as it sounds, probably since King Alfred in the 9th century. The last great leader in England was over 1,000 years ago. We've literally been run by a bunch of subservient, weak individuals for over 1,000 years. We've had an empire during that time, which was partially run by international finance, but we haven't actually had a virtuous, cohesive, strong masculine community for over 1,000 years. And that's a sad state of affairs for the Anglos. And And around the world, the true sort of type of men that are actually got the word "evil" persists when good men choose to do nothing.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a really good one.
Yeah, you know, and I mean, I had to say say today about this thing of Israel. I've been really over the last 2 weeks. I've been really going through turmoil because I saw my mate speak out about this, and I thought to myself, do I want to be that guy who didn't say what was going on during this time? Yeah, do I really want to be that guy? You know, do I want that? Do I want that in my life history that I didn't at least say that what was going on? I didn't. I said what was going on. What going on? So today on my channel, on the video, I said, yeah, you know, Israel's committing genocide against the Palestinians, and now there's a chance, mystery. I'm going to get a visit from the priest over this. You know.
You could, yeah.
You know, and it's but if I don't say it, then I'm saying I agree with it, aren't I? You know.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm risking prison for speaking out about something that I know I have to say something about, you know, and it's you know, fuck them, you know, fuck this whole system in Britain, you know, fuck them, you know, fuck these fucking paedophile scumbag pieces of shit.
Yeah, they're evil, man. They're fucking just outright evil, man. Call them what they are. They're evil.
And I fuck them. Anyway, I better go, bro, because it's getting late here. And I love you, man. I love all of you. All right, see you later, mate.
All right, buddy. See you next time, dude.
See you, mate.
See you later, Jack.
What's up, Ryder?
Yeah, I better get out of here too.
Dang, dude. All right, man. See you.
Yeah, thanks,
Great
guys.
stream, mystery. Great stream.
Yeah, man. Good shit. You let you out of here too, Mr. X?
I guess so. Is it ending right now or?
No, we're not ending it yet. People just hopping off.
Oh.
What's just something you want to talk about?
No, just listening in, supporting the stream. That's about it. You know.
Yeah, good shit. Good shit. What's this deal about? Is it MD? Some beef with you and MD? What's going on there?
Oh man, every time I talk about this, they're listening right now and they make a big thing to do on the show. I got no beef. Look, I just said something about a video one time and they just lost it. And you know, my problem is I don't need personal insults or anything like that. You know,
Yeah.
they start insulting me personally just because, you know, they just flipped. They just went nuts when I mentioned a video and I didn't mean anything by it. And I just don't care because I got to be honest with you, you know, I didn't like I support the black pill. My whole thing for getting on the streams, number one, is because I like the message of the black pill and I like the way we talk about it and to kill the delusion of game and everything like that. So that was my interest. But when it becomes an unintelligent conversation, which was really happening on Smash, I lose interest. I swear, half the time I was on that stream, I wasn't even listening.
Yeah, I don't even watch because I don't even watch half the time because I'm like, I don't even know what they're talking about half the time, so I don't even bother. But is it really that bad?
Well, they'll pick a topic and it's a good topic, but then they won't stick to the topic. They'll talk about something completely different, and it's just ridiculous.
I mean, we kind of do that here, but we also kind of we do stay on topic on the main topic for the most part. I don't know. You know, we do have more of a random stream of consciousness here, but it's a little more orderly and organized.
Yes. I feel like I can converse with you back and forth.
Exactly, yeah. That's the way it should be.
Yeah. Like Scribe, he just wants to go on and on and on and on and on and really say absolutely nothing and then show a picture of a 500-pound fat woman and say, hey, that's your solution. But he does it every stream. And it's like after a while, this is just getting brainless, you know, this is going nowhere. I swear I was watching videos during the stream. That's why you hear me, I'm silent. I'm actually watching other videos during the stream because I just lose interest. So I didn't care about getting kicked off, but they just, you know, went nuts. And it's like, man, they got some issues over there. So I had to back away from that. I don't want nothing to do with that.
Would you say we're the superior black pill stream at this point?
I'd say so right now because even when we talk about a topic, I mean, we can kind of nail it down and then we can have that good dialogue back and forth. I mean,
there's the back and forth here,
yeah. Like I'll say my point and that's it, and then I'll let somebody else respond. I'm not going to sit there. I don't need to take 2 or 3 minutes to explain something that I could say in a couple sentences. You know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I would agree. I think a lot of people they spend a lot of time. Spend way too much time talking, in my opinion, and not enough time I don't know, like just make your point, get over it, and move on to the next thing, right? It's very like unmanly to not have your point ready to go. You know, men when men talk, we just talk to convey information, right? Like, there's sure that there's some like palling around, like type shit, but it really is just to convey information. We
And
don't.
like,
Yeah.
no, I was just gonna say that they called me a doomer a lot on the channel, and I had to tell them like 5 times, but it's not sinking in. I said it's not me, it's not my life. I'm looking at the statistics. They're
Yeah, if you
saying,
just
well,
look at the
no,
data and look at what you're
yeah,
seeing, like, come on, it's not that hard. The world's falling apart, and you think, well, nah, all men, like, even parts of the black pill still like succumb to this. If they're even really black pilled, right? I mean, what really is a black pill at this point, right? Because like,
yeah,
if I have the superior channel, but I just have less subs, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I have the the black pill truth, I guess, down to a science at this point. But when talking about like the stuff they talk about, it seems like there's still some copium about like, well, men need to do X, Y, and Z to get women. It's like, well, yeah, sure, the men can get women, but like, what does that mean in the long run in a shitty system, right? Like, overall, everything is just bad. Do you even want them to have children? Who knows?
yeah. And when I say it's over, I mean like as far as having a marriage goes, and not because they think now, oh, he had a terrible divorce and he's angry and he's bitter. No, it's actually not. That's the complete opposite. Divorce was actually the best thing for me, but that's me personally, but I don't base reality based on my own personal experiences. It's like, say I won the Powerball tomorrow, and then would it be smart for me to say, or would it be ignorance for me to say, well, there's no inflation, prices aren't that high, because I'm a multimillionaire now. No, there is inflation, and people are struggling now. So
Yeah,
it's just, it's not about our own personal experiences. It's about the data, and the data is important. That's what I like to talk about, and I know you stick to the data, so that's why I enjoy your show. It's not about your experiences or my experience. It has nothing to do with what's going on out there in the real world.
yeah. I always like the I'm an accountant by trade. It's what I do for a living, and it's like, I like numbers because numbers don't lie for the most part. They tell the truth. Like,
Yes.
unless the way you grab those numbers is like, even just kind of bad, or the way you grab them is like causing some form of deception. But for the most
Hmm.
part, though, the numbers you collect are, as the math is right. The math is right. You have two plus two will always equal 4, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's just weird. So you have like these you can't, if you show me some data, tell me that like half the men aren't getting any pussy, and like and then half the women are fucking 5% of the men. I can't just say, well, that's not happening, bro. I saw some random guy with a girlfriend one time, and that's, like, I can't stand those stories, bro. Like, I'm sorry, but the data is what the data is, right?
Yeah, they don't stick to the data at all.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And they just talk about their own life experiences and they want to know about mine. And it's like, what is that? How's that even relevant to the conversation?
Yeah, it's not. It's not
How is it?
relevant at all. Like, like, if you're actually gonna want to get to the bottom of this black pill, at least the dating part of it, you really need to like talk about the entire damn thing. The whole damn thing's rotten, right? But I don't
And I
know.
think it's an important message because that's why I said about that Wheat Waffles video. It's like Wheat Waffles didn't get it. And he seemed like a pretty smart guy. Even he didn't get it. He got charged with harassment on a college campus because he
Yeah, I
didn't.
don't know why these people keep showing up to these fucking places. I'm like, bro, you're asking for it, bro. Like, I'm sorry, you're asking
Hmm.
for it. Like, you really want to fucking, I don't know, man. This is dumb.
I've seen guys get
Unbelievably.
beat up over women in their bars. It's
Yeah,
seen it
if
happen before.
men get killed and beat up over fucking women, dude. You're gonna die over this shit, like over a woman. I don't know,
Yeah.
man. I'm good.
So
I'm
that's why I
good.
feel like it's an important message just to get out there, at least hear some beacon of truth out there. And that was my whole motivation for coming on the streams. That was it.
I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Give me 1 sec.
Mhm.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, but they're gonna hear this now, and I know tonight they're gonna have their show. It's again, they're gonna start talking about Mr. X, and it's like, guys, this is proving you have nothing to talk about if you keep talking about me. I haven't been on the last 6 streams. I mean, literally, every time I'm mentioned on that stream.
That bad, huh?
It's that bad. It's like you really have nothing to talk about, don't you? Like,
Well, yeah,
I'm just taking a break.
I feel like a lot of these shows, like they just come on stream and just talk about the same garbage they talked about last week. I don't know how people keep watching this garbage, dude. Like at least with my fucking show, there's like some level of like mystique to it. I don't know. Like I'm talking about real shit, right? Who knows?
Yeah, and part of my motivation of going on there was to try and help direct it a certain way, but it wasn't working. They were actually getting offended by it when I bring up, well, social media has changed everything. Scriber gets totally pissed off, and he's like, "Why are you talking about social media? You keep interrupting me." It's like, okay, whatever. And it's just like, I don't know, but it's okay. It's this new world we're living in with the internet. This new platforms. People just become famous overnight. I don't know how. But
Scribe is a sub 5, LARPing as Chad. He never answers the question straight. He always uses weasel words. Yeah. Mystery getting matched on Tinder, chatting with Stacy now. How'd you know?
yeah, and I'll keep it real too. I really question some guys when they're asked about women and their experience. They go into such scientific or detailed information, and I have to question that because if you were to ask me, there's nothing scientific or detailed to talk about. It's just the girl found me attractive, and that's it. That's all she wrote. But I don't know. When there's a long-winded story like that, I have to question it in the back of my mind.
Yeah, I would agree to some extent, right? Like to some extent, the engagement with women really isn't that complex. It is, but it isn't.
Not.
It's not.
It really isn't. No, it really isn't. It's just so ridiculous. Because I wouldn't know the first thing about game or creating attraction. I didn't even know it existed until these channels came out. What the term game was, well before I was, with plenty of women and married. So yeah. But I just don't believe in lying. I don't see where that gets you. Who are you trying to impress? It always seems like they're trying to impress people over there, and it's like I'm not impressed, with your stories. What other topics are you looking to address, Mystery, on your channel? What are you looking for in the future? Like, where are you thinking of taking it?
Don't really know, honestly. Gonna see where the see where it takes me every weekend, right? See where we end up at.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of mystery with mystery streams. Yeah, dude. Chad LARPing like Chad LARPing like Undead Chronic. Oh my god. He's another one I'm not even sure about, dude.
I don't know what. Yeah, I can't listen to Undead. I get bored. I don't know why he's so popular.
Because he's brain dead. That's why.
Maybe. Yeah.
He literally just doesn't appeal to like the brain dead masses. I mean, you can hear it in his voice and he's not that fucking smart.
No. And they all claim to be scientists too and tech leaders. It's amazing.
Undead Chronic is incel and LARPing. Probably is. I'm fucking the woman every weekend. Like, okay, dude, what do you say?
Yeah, see right there. That's a suspicious flag right there when they talk like that. Yeah, I guarantee you, what you call real Chad or somebody who's really they don't talk like that. That's just not something they'd say. That wouldn't be on their mind. No. But yeah, you made one appearance there, but I never saw you back there again on Smash. You sort of stopped going.
Yeah, it's just kind of boring. I'll say it. Kind of boring.
Yeah. No, I'd agree. Now, usually I was practicing because I'm trying to learn Spanish, so I'd be practicing my Spanish lessons while the stream was going, and I wouldn't be listening to most of it. That's why I was pretty silent. If you see me on those streams, I wasn't saying much. So
And it's not even really MD I have a problem with, really. It's like his like little cadre of people he brings on every once in a while, and
Hmm.
they're all kind of just low IQ and retarded.
Yeah. And they have that beef with QB Willie and going on left and right. And I don't know. I don't like to get involved in that stuff. I'm not here to beef with anybody, to be honest with you. So but I like your quote on atheism. I thought that was a good quote that you made that you posted out there.
Which one?
The most recent one you posted?
Tolerance? The one about that one?
Tolerance. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's a very good topic. Yeah, I think that we've been convinced that tolerance is some virtue when it's not. Like if I had to, tolerate your fucking behavior, there's probably something wrong with your fucking behavior, right?
Hmm. Yeah, definitely. What's your opinion on these passport bros? Do you have any opinion on that?
I don't really oppose it per se, but I just think that it's kind of fucked up that these white men, they go over to Asia and they just clean up, right? Like it is kind of like fucked up in a way where it's like, damn, like these white dudes just show up out of nowhere and bang all the women and leave, and it's kind of fucked up in a way. I don't know, and I think I feel extremely bad for the for rice at the end of the day, right? We're the rice race. It definitely seems like depending on your race, like wherever you go, it's the kind of a life you're gonna have in a way. But yeah, I just think it's sad. So am I against it? Not necessarily, but am I for it? I think there's I don't know. I feel like there's more to life than just chasing down pussy every fucking chasing pussy all around the fucking planet. Now we're gonna fucking go global for pussy. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, desperate times call for desperate measures, I guess. That's
But for pussy, I don't know, man.
guys are doing it though. That's part of Thailand's main GDP, I think. Over there, that's their number one economic resource. See a lot of people in your chat section. They're not too fond of Smash TV. To there.
I guess not. Yeah, I didn't even realize that. To be told.
Mm-hmm.
I think the last time I went over there, I was talking to him about the cosmological idea of evil or something like that, or evil. The the axis of evil or something like that. It's basically it takes the cosmic background radiation of the universe, right? And it basically reveals that Earth would be at the very center of all that radiation. So it's like, that's crazy. Like, what are the odds like of that happening? Yeah, it's crazy shit. So what are the odds that the Earth happens to be in the center of all this?
Yeah. Well, you definitely. I mean, they do follow the astrological signals. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's 100% guaranteed. And some of the ancient cultures, I mean, their pattern, the pattern of the sun in relation to Earth, and they had so much advanced knowledge of astronomy, like the Egyptians and the Sumerians. And how do they attain that information? It had to come from another race of people. I like to call it a hybrid race, and that's what they talked about. I mean, do you believe in mean, I don't believe in extraterrestrials from another planet, but I do believe that there's some beings living underground. I'm a believer in that.
Yeah, that's probably a little bit more. I mean, I think that there's the both actually. I believe. I think that the circular ships are probably some race underground, and the triangle ships are probably the reptilians or some shit, or the demons, I'm going to call them. Probably them.
All those ancient structures, all those ancient societies who built those amazing structures that even today they can't explain.
Yeah, they can't explain how they were built, right? Like how were they built?
But they all had stories of these lizard people or these reptilians who were mixed in like a hybrid race of people that lived underground.
You're not wrong. Yeah, they
Mm-hmm.
they speak of the kind of like the great flood that everybody claims didn't happen. Like the reality is that flood probably did happen because it's literally recorded all over the planet. Like it's recorded all over the planet.
All different cultures too.
Yeah, all different cultures have a flood myth. Okay, that's crazy. What are the odds?
Yeah, and you can find seashells on
one?
Mount Everest.
Yeah.
Where do those seashells come from? They're on mountains. You know, I mean, and of course in Japan, I think the Japanese were the first to discover the ocean beneath the ocean floor. There's another ocean there, much deeper.
Wait, where? I'm sorry.
I think there's an ocean beneath the floor of the ocean. There's another ocean beneath it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because the flood didn't happen through rain; it came through the bottom of the earth, the water that flooded it, which would make sense. Those are our fault lines. Yeah, definitely, and they probably went underground to avoid that cataclysm. That's what the American Indians talked about. They said the star people mixed in with the humans. They had their own version of it, and they went underground to avoid the cataclysm. So, but I know UFOs are real. I know they're real.
Story of all this time, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like these vermin always run underground to avoid judgment. Yeah, they always run.
And I did see a UFO once over the Everglades. Took a photo of it. I had the iPhone 1, so of course the photo didn't come out great, but it's just like what they described. It's an orb, but inside the orb, I was able to zoom in on the photo. There's a ship. So the orb is just like a camouflage for an actual ship. But they do exist. I saw them for real in real life.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen at least one craft I was never able to really explain. No, I've seen two actually. I've seen one very recently actually, where just above the Earth, the cloud cover was like there, and you get to see these lights flashing in a circle. I was like, what the fuck is that? That is not a fucking copter. It was too big to be a plane. Planes don't just hover in one location. It was insane. I couldn't see the craft, but I was able to see the lights of the craft. Yeah, the lights. It's crazy.
Well, that's all I could see with the naked eye, and I took photos of it in video with my iPhone, and one came close enough that I could get a good photo on it, but still looked like an orb. But when I was able to zoom in on my editing in the camera, it was a ship. It was definitely a ship. I could see the details of the ship. Now, could it be a government technology? I don't know. But
so someone here brought up a shooting star. I've seen like 3 shooting stars my whole life, which is rare as fuck. I've seen 3 of them. I think I saw 2 in one night actually one time.
Wow. Well, this was a UFO. It wasn't one orb. It was like there was like 10 or 15 of them, and they were coming down. I was shocked. I see them coming down through the Everglades. They were over the Everglades, and they were coming down. They were forming different patterns. I mean, they're very well organized, and they just hovered over the Everglades for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're afraid of like I don't know. I don't want to say the thing, but I feel like maybe we're afraid of the wrong thing, right? Like a lot of us are afraid of these UFOs, but maybe some of them are helpful and some of them are hurtful, right? You know, you never know. They could be a like even in the art for the it shows the crucifixion of Christ and stuff like that, or the birth of Christ. They have like UFOs in the picture. How the fuck do you explain that? It's crazy. You know, like what the fuck were they really drawing there? That's crazy.
In the Bible, they call them the Nephilim, but then Other cultures have a different name for them. I think the
Well, the
they're
Nephilim
called
are
Nagas.
well, the Nephilim are really just a hybrid between like the the giants and the daughters of man. So like they were like more like demigods than gods in reality, but they weren't like gods like. But like the angels who are like not even really gods themselves, but they're more powerful than human beings are. Well, they made it with human beings, and that's where they came from. But so I guess you could call them gods on Earth to some extent, but they aren't necessarily a big G god, right?
Right. They're just a hybrid race. But the
Yeah.
Indians had their own version. They called them the Nagas. Same thing, same story. But they also talked about reptilians, same as the Aztecs in Mexico or China. It's always a reptilian mixing in with the human. They could change shape and look human. So they all have the story of the flood, and they all have the story of that. So I think once you accept that, the Earth didn't, the universe didn't come out of nothing, which is a belief, and that's a miracle. So once you can accept that there is some type of creator force, you can accept the supernatural as being a part of our reality. That's my main motivation of believing in order and design.
Yeah, that's kind of mine. I mean,
Hmm.
I've always kind of thought this way, but I think this is the reality of that. Is that these supernatural things that we just think aren't real because like some dude, who's some science guy said it's not real. I don't know. Like, I think that I've had a lot of like weird experiences happen to me my whole life that are almost unexplainable. Like, I mean, how do you explain, having a you and your mother both wake up at the exact same time, and she calls you and says, are you okay? And I was like, what? Like I was having a really hard time that week. And I woke up that night, and then I got a text from my mom almost immediately saying, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "What the? How do you explain that? Like, we're thousands of miles, at least hundreds of miles away,
Sure.
and what is? And it happened twice in a row, like twice, 2 nights in a row. And what do you do? How do you explain that one?
Exactly.
Like stuff like that happens. And how do you explain it? I've had a lot of like weird spiritual experiences myself, and over the last few, for a while now. So
Everybody does at some point. That's why
yeah,
it's
you have to.
unavoidable, and that's why it's you can't live an atheist life because you're going to be experiencing these supernatural events in your life. That's why atheism dies. It's never going to take over. It dies because it's out of tune with reality. But like Jack was saying about the what he was saying about the children and the satanic and the cults and the ritual abuse,
Yeah.
you're more open to something like that when you realize that people do worship these demons. It's real.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They could, like, if once again, like, they'll talk about the elites as if like, oh, they know everything when it comes to this, and this. But when it comes to like gods and astrology and religion in general, people are like, nah, that stuff's not real. What do you mean? Like, if they're doing it, one thing, if they're doing it, you probably need to be doing it too, because they have
Well,
simply have more information than you do at the end of the day, right?
yeah, I mean, but it's coming from a higher, it's coming from a being from another dimension. All the great scientists, one particular, his name was John Hammond. He had a castle up in Gloucester. He was friends with Edison, Nikolai Tesla. He was friends with all the great inventors, and they would go to his castle and do seances and communicate with spirits. And I have no doubt that probably a lot of their inventions came from these spiritual beings, the information they got. Um, I think his name was Ramanujan, one of the greatest mathematicians in the world. He claimed that he discovered continuing fractions, I believe. He claims that everything, he didn't know any of this stuff. It all came from the spirit realm. That's the one who gave him the information about how to discover the mathematics at that time. So it plays a big role in our lives.
Yeah, it does. This does. The seeing numbers or seeing something like that, or seeing all this stuff is real. Like whether you like it or not, it's somewhat real. Like like what you see in the world, and the synchronicities are really important as well. Like these happy random things that happen to you. Like like what are the odds that happens there and that happens there? It's probably just the universe talking to you to some extent, right? But you've been convinced that no, that's nothing. I can't. That's bullshit. It's not real. I don't know.
Yeah. And if you believe in something like karma, it would be a good idea not to go around doing bad things to other people because
Yeah.
You understand there's order and design, you know it'll come back to you. That can be your motivation to not go out and rip people off or steal from people or do harm to others. Not so much that you're a great person, like I'm a great person or anything like that, but if it's like I don't want it to happen to me and I understand this, I'll avoid it.
Shit is like the Matrix. Laugh my fucking ass off. Really?
Well, in a way it is. In a way it is, I think. If there's another realm, for sure. It is like we're in the Matrix in a way.
And Ginger Giant in Afghanistan. Yeah. They're everywhere, man.
I heard about that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very well respected soldiers were testifying to that, but the government covered it up.
Yeah, they always cover it up with it. Like this stuff isn't real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the government always covers it up, man.
Yep. The giant skeletons they found all over the world.
Yeah, they're everywhere, man. And they
They
just lie about it.
Mm-hmm. And I could say that I know these things are 100% true based on life experiences, but I wouldn't expect anybody to believe me, of course. That'd be ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's why I don't share my life experiences too much, because I understand. I wouldn't expect anybody to believe me, But other people, I just try and be open-minded. But unfortunately, when you're dealing in the spiritual realms and psychics, there's a lot of fraud out there and a lot of BS. So it's hard to get good information. Do you ever see psychics, Mystery? You ever?
I never have actually, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I've done my own like palmistry and stuff like that, and I think that even stuff like they used to call moles or little marks like witches marks, stuff like that, right back in the day, what they used to believe. And, but yeah, I never actually done a real palmistry reading or a psychic reading before. I never have.
There are people who know the truth.
I do a little bit of like self divination with cards, but yeah.
And there's people who can know the truth, that can know the future. I've experienced it myself, but I didn't pay for it, and I didn't even ask for it. He just told me it. But most of your psychics are going to be frauds. I mean, that's
for sure.
reality.
Yeah.
So I would never advise anybody to go to a psychic or a psychic reading. But do they exist? And there are people, but they're communicating with other spirits. That's how they're getting their information. It's not that they have an innate psychic ability. No, spirits are giving them that information. That's what's happening.
The DBDR meets the Taliban, huh? Tomb of Gilgamesh. Yeah, I remember that one. That was the one that on the emails from Hillary Clinton, she was talking about that. They found this tomb of Gilgamesh. DBDR is the new prophet of the BP. He is the chosen one, is he?
Who's that guy again? DBDR?
He's some like ginger cell, fat face looking motherfucker who makes some really fucking sad ass, doomer ass videos that are probably halfway fake, but who knows?
That's how they accuse me of being a doomer, but I don't believe the black pill is doomerism. How can it be doomerism? I mean, if the stats back it up, that's not doomerism. That's life.
Yeah, a lot of people but they view being told the truth as being like, oh my god, you're being negative. You're being negative. No, I'm being realistic, dude. Like, we can't operate in fantasy world for fucking ever.
Yeah, and the guys who always accuse me of being a doomer, they say, well, this is what I'm going to do, and this is what I'm going to do. And they're like 30 or 40 years old. It's like, wouldn't you have done it already? It's like, you're talking about the future. What about right now? What's going on now? So
Hillary Clinton is pure evil. She really is. That woman is a Griffith's level of evil. Yeah, it's pretty sad. Who's this Fed guy? Hey, the Fed. DBDR, Jim is cope, bro. Also DBDR, why am I so fat? It's over. Yeah, Monday, FA Monday. What about him? Keep grinding, keep hustling, never get up. Never get up. Just keep hustling. Shoot for your dreams. Imagine being told that by some dude who never had to fucking work a day in his life.
Yeah. I never give people that advice, and they say, "What do you think I should do?" One time, one guy asked me, he was a film major, and he says, "What do you think? I mean, I want to make movies and this and that. What direction should I take?" I gave him black pill advice. I said, "Well, you should be in Los Angeles. You should get a nice apartment and, be able to fund your films, and you have to get financing and money." I don't tell people just to shoot for their dreams. I like to give them a realistic approach to their answer. I don't believe in that. If it's just, it's like you tell people to shoot for your dreams. That's like a sugar high. It feels good for the moment, but then you crash down to reality again.
Yep.
Yeah. It's like if you want to be a famous film producer, guess what? Most people aren't going to become a famous film producer. It's very difficult to become that. And a lot of the game is rigged too. Just like the music industry. It's, especially nowadays. You think anybody can just make it in the music industry? Oh, winners are chosen.
God, they've been talking about this fucking invasion of Gaza for the last fucking 3 fucking weeks. We're gonna invade Gaza. We're gonna invade Gaza. We're gonna invade Gaza, and then they keep pushing it back. They keep pushing it back. The reality that the fucking the IDF is a bunch of fucking idiots, man. They can't fight. Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know where this is headed, but if it's a ground war, that could
It's
work
over,
against
dude.
Israel. Yeah, that really could. If you negate technology, Israel has nothing. Hand-to-hand combat, they're going to get destroyed. You ever seen those videos? Those videos that the Israeli girls post of themselves dancing in the military?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huge fucking psyop, really, but to get a young men to go join and fight for the Zog. They can't genocide Gaza easily. They really can't. I mean, if gonna to do a ground invasion, dog, it's over. There's gonna be so many fucking explosives and IEDs and booby traps and shit everywhere, man. It's over. I'm sorry.
I
They're
thought
gonna
I
get
heard
fucking
there was like
slaughtered.
2 million Palestinians in Israel living in Israel.
Yeah. Probably more than for sure.
So how many of those are Hamas? If only 10% of them are Hamas, that's 200,000 people.
Yep, you have a small army in your fucking country.
Exactly. I don't think this is going to turn out well for both sides.
Entertainment industry is fully rigged. It really is. Compromised people are selected. It's built upon blackmail and satanic rituals. Yeah, did you hear about that? There's a Oprah a Winfrey clip that's going around now where there's this Jewish chick. She's on the show. She's talking about how her family and other Jewish families engage in still to this day engage in ritual human sacrifice of children.
Yeah, that was an old episode. Way
Yeah,
back
really
when,
old
I think
episode.
in the
Yeah.
90s. Oh no,
Yeah,
that's real.
1989. Yeah, it's true. Like, I mean, people act as if it's just not real. Like, this has been going on for years.
Well, the biggest one that happened was the McMartin preschool trial in the early 80s. They actually went to trial for that.
Wow.
And a lot of people don't realize, I was watching another video about that trial. Key witnesses right before the trial started ended up dead.
Yep. Oh, it happens every time, dude.
Yep. And so much evidence was left out. And the kid, now mind you, I think there was roughly almost 300 children, preschoolers, all agreeing to what was going on. You can't tell me preschool children, 4 or 5 years old, are going to collaborate to create up this made up story. That's not going to happen. Not to mention they had physical, they had to go see the doctor because they were physically assaulted sexually. But they claim that there were tunnels underneath that they were taken underneath the school. Ted Gunderson actually was able, after the trial ended, him and a team excavated that area and they found the tunnels.
Wow.
Yeah, but they had filled them up, of course, and tore it out. They immediately tore everything down and filled up the tunnels. But he was able to find that the tunnels were actually filled. Now, how would a bunch of kids, remember, these are hundreds of children, all say the same thing, that they were taken underneath the tunnels. Kids don't kids don't collaborate like that. That doesn't happen. But of course, we know in a trial, it's you have to have a overwhelming amount of evidence to convict. So it's very easy to throw the case out and be found innocent. But that trial really was the best evidence that this stuff exists, that satanic ritual abuse of children does exist. And
Yeah.
yeah, Gunderson did a great job of exposing it. Then he died suddenly. But no, there were some key witnesses who were going to testify, who were relatives of the children, and they just died right before the trial. They had strong evidence. So, yeah, it's real for sure. Not something you want to be real, but it exists.
Yeah, it is. I mean, people act as if this is just like a fucking fantasy or some shit. It's not. It's not, dude. This is your fucking reality, man. Sometimes truth is stranger than fiction, right?
And one of my favorite movies of all time was the Joker movie, which had nothing to do with the comic book version of it. It was totally a movie about mental illness. But people who are succumbed to this type of abuse, they end up like that character in the movie The Joker. They're not mentally stable as adults. You just don't go through something like that. There's some type of ritual. The ones who survived.
Yeah,
become a
the
normal
woman
person.
who came out and said she was this yeah, she said apparently she suffered from multiple personality disorder. Yeah, I'm like, my God, dude, like, what are you saying? And who's that other person in your head? Is that person just like a bloodthirsty demon who's like, I want to slaughter these children, but then you have this other side of you who's like, oh, I'm fine.
Well, that's kind of like your Manchurian Candidate, if they can separate. I mean, I don't believe the mind is part of the brain, but if you can fracture the mind, or I personally think it's an opening for demons. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and because these other personalities could be completely different people and could speak a different language. That's got to be something demonic, not something supernatural, non-scientific. But those people are in our daily lives. They exist out here. So that's something that affects us. We never know who we're going to encounter, who we're going to deal with. It could be, especially if they have a split personality like that. They could, you're dealing with somebody totally. They might seem like a good person 1 minute, and then they could change in an instant.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, very true.
Yeah. But that's why I like that movie so much, because that movie was nothing to do with the comic version. In the comic version, the Joker was a explosive expert who fell into a chemical vat. That's how he got the clown face. That movie didn't talk anything about that. He was a clown first, and then he underwent severe trauma and abuse as a child. Nothing that was never talked about in the comics. But that's how he became that Joker, with that dual personality, and that's why he was out of touch with reality. That's why I like that movie so much. But that's what they produce when they go through these rituals. They produce people like that.
Yeah, it's like broken individuals, man.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Isn't multiple personalities considered a myth? I think there's some truth there. I think I've heard it is. I think what's really going on there is that you're just really trying to, like, you put on this mask for society, which you claim is another personality, but it's not. It's just another mask you're putting on. That's what it really comes down to. So, like, she's putting on a mask to really hide that she actually does does really enjoy sacrificing these children to the devil and the power that she gets from it, right? So, look up the split brain experiment.
Yeah. Well, in MK Ultra, they did torture to create multiple personalities to control the mind. That was one of the ways they experimented with people. Electroshock therapy.
Yeah, they actually did it to Ted K. He was an MK Ultra initiate, I guess, in a way, and they tried to get him, and it almost broke him. Actually, he thought he was transgender for a few days, something like that. So they know that, like, mind raping somebody and it does work. This stuff works very well.
And you know what film director knew a lot about that was Stanley Kubrick.
I was about to say Stanley Kubrick. Yeah, he knew. Yeah, Yeah,
Clockwork Orange.
Eyes Wide Shut. Yeah, 2001: Space Odyssey.
Even The Shining. I believe The
Yeah,
Shining.
The Shining is very. Did you watch the second Shining that came out a few years ago?
No, because I heard it was more based on the book.
Yeah, but it's almost like predictive programming in a way, or it's just telling you what's happening in real time, right? In that show, in that movie, rather, they talk about the kid has the shining power, right? And they're coming after the kid, and this is like this and that, and then there's a huge network of people who take kids, and steal their light from them and shit like that. Like it's very very like obvious that they're talking into paying. They're talking about how this is what we actually do. We steal the souls of children and yada yada yada, and this is what we do, right? Someone's like it's like haha in your face type shit.
Right. I'll have to see that then for sure.
Yeah, you should definitely watch it. It wasn't that bad of a movie.
But the first one with because Stanley Kubrick's version of The Shining went completely away from the book. That's why Stephen King hated the movie. But that was a movie about mind control, and you probably remember the scene where there's a poster in the background when Danny's in the games room, and it's a poster has a guy skiing, and it says Monarch. Well, MK Ultra Monarch mind control was under the umbrella of MK Ultra.
Wow.
Yeah. And of course, what do we see in that scene? Oh, and also, do you remember the typewriter? How they made a big deal about the old typewriter that Jack is typing on, and he types the same thing over and over again?
Yeah.
Well, that typewriter was a German typewriter from World War II. It was the Adler typewriter.
Yeah.
So what Kubrick was referring to was the fact that the Nazis who started the mind control program came over to America and were heading up the MK Ultra program in the 60s. Yeah, and then what happens with Jack? He changes. He has a multiple personality. He has two different personalities. One is the loving father, won't touch another drink again, and then he becomes outraged like a killer and wants to kill his family, like a Manchurian Candidate. So I think that's what Kubrick was getting at. It was part of mind control. Yeah. And they do it with these spirits too. They think, the person under that mind control thinks he's talking to, they can control him. Somehow they can implement in their heads the orders, the commands on what to do. We want you to go out and kill somebody. Go kill somebody right now. That was my interpretation of the movie.
Adrenochrome harvesting via sex trafficking networks which participate in satanic rituals and ritualized abuse. Yeah, that's basically what it really is. Femto's body literally is a new body, and aspects of Griffith's mind were taken away. I don't know about that, but I think I'm hitting the stream pretty soon, buddy boy. So I'm gonna give you the last words, my dude. Last words.
No, hey, great stream, man. Keep it going. Look forward to next Sunday.
All right, man. Thanks for coming on, my dude.
Thank you.
See ya. All right, dudes. We got no minutes left, dude. All right, guys. It's been SNC Sunday Night Cope Weekend Chat Random Discussion episode 49 of season 2. Please like, share, subscribe. Leave a comment if you liked the video. Maybe you hated the video. Leave a comment anyway. And never forget, buddy, it wasn't fucking gold. Hit the bell icon to be notified of my videos and my streams. And yeah, dudes, we'll do this again next Sunday for episode 50 of season 2. And yeah, we'll do this again. And yeah, peace out, my dudes, and cheers.